My name is Varin Sachade, very honored to be your MC for this afternoon. The Sustainability for Business Forum, or SBF, is organized by the Franco-Thai Chamber of Commerce, the Netherlands Thai Chamber of Commerce, and the Swedish Thai Chamber of Commerce, with its official partners, namely the Bambirtue Thai Chamber of Commerce, the Danish Thai Chamber of Commerce, the Norwegian Thai Chamber of Commerce, and the Thai-Finnish Chamber of Commerce. The forum today will be quite successful, and it will not be possible without the support of our strategic partner, namely USAID, Green Invest Asia, our sponsors, namely Tetra Pak, L'Oreal, Venturi Turnkey Factory, our supporters, namely Faber Flags Asia, Sentinel Solution Thailand, SkyPoint Hospitality and Technology, and Symbior Solar. Our booster, namely Polytech, the Environmental and Energy Solutions Show, to be held in Lyon, France in October 2021. And you're invited to discover more about each of our sponsors and supporters at their booth in the foyer during the coffee break. They all provide the incredible solutions for sustainability. And not to mention the beautiful venue here, our hotel partner, Bangkok Marriott Marquis Queen's Park, who received the SEAL Thailand MICE Venue Standards, as well as MICE Sustainability Appreciation Certificate granted by the Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau, or TCEP, last year. So you can be rest assured of the environmentally, economically, and socially responsible concept and practice of this beautiful venue. Last but not least, I have to thank our advisors, Phytros Asia, hereby represented by Mr. Henri de Riboul, and Green Building Consulting and Engineering, led by Ms. Aknel Lebion, who put all the energy for the success of the SBF throughout the years, year after year. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give all of them a big round of applause for our contributors of the SBF 20. And now, to officially open the SBF 20, I'd like to invite on the stage His Excellency Mr. K. Schrader, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Thailand, for the opening remarks. Ambassador.
Sawadee Krap. Good afternoon. Well, warm welcome to all of you in this very spaced out attendance. And thank you to the organizing for having me again. I just was reminded that I spoke last year as well, but actually I also attended the one before. I just arrived in Thailand, so it's already my third time that I'm at this very inspiring event, and it's an honor for me to be able to say a few words at the opening. And I must congratulate the bilateral chambers of commerce for this organization, and it's very good to see that, oh well, it has changed, but if you look at the space for the co-organizers, it's growing every year, and that's the right way to go, and we hope that soon we might even expand it further. So that's, I think that's very good news. And why is that good news? Because I think the issue on the agenda of your discussions today, sustainability, is of course absolutely fundamental. So every event that strengthens our awareness of the need to do something about sustainability and so on is very welcome. But I think this meeting especially is very welcome because we don't only talk about it, but I think it's very much focusing on concrete solutions. And I think that's what makes this forum a bit different from a few others, is that you're also not just talking about, but also showing what can be done to do something about sustainability. So I think that's very important. So why is it so important that we put sustainability in the center of our decision making as governments, as private sector, as individuals as well for that matter? Well, first of all, because of course our pattern of consuming and producing is not sustainable. And the easy way to show that is of course the Earth Overshoot Day that you might be familiar with, which is the day in a given year that we start consuming more than what the planet can regenerate in that same year. So we eat up the planet. This year, Earth Overshoot Day was the 20th of August. The good news is that it's a few weeks later than last year, obvious reason being that because of the COVID pandemic and the crisis, there was less consumption. But the bad news is that on the 21st of August, we still started behaving in a non-sustainable way. So I think this shows clearly that we have to do something about our ways of consuming, producing. And then, of course, the other issue of sustainability is climate. As you know, our politicians, our heads of state and government signed the Paris Agreement 5 years ago. And they did that, of course, because they wanted to limit the global warming by 2 degrees, preferably 1.5. I was sitting this morning next to the Minister of Energy, and he showed me on his telephone, he had an app which shows the global warming that already took place, and it's a very, very scientific thing, and we are already at 0.94 degrees higher than the start date. So from the 1.5, 2 degrees we already have used 1 degree. So really it's a very urgent moment to do something about that. And to be honest, again, looking at Paris 5 years later, the picture is not very rosy. On the one hand, we can see that most governments, to be honest, have not fulfilled what they signed for in 2015 in Paris, the nationally determined contributions. And secondly, the climate change is going much faster than we thought 5 years ago. So on the one hand, we are not doing enough, and on the other hand, we should do more. And this will be the agenda of the next COP meeting in Glasgow in a year's time, where we will all meet again, and we will do what we said we would do 5 years ago, which is reassess the situation and see if we shouldn't be more ambitious. Yes, everything tells us we should be more ambitious, but the chances of us being more ambitious, well, we'll see what the political reality will tell us. But again, it's really very necessary to do something. Okay, enough of gloomy picture. Let's look at positive side of things. And there are a few positive developments as well. I think if you look at European Union, the Netherlands within the European Union, I think the awareness, and you've perhaps read about European Parliament yesterday, I think in Europe, by and large, the awareness is there that we have to be more ambitious, and we also want to try to convince the rest of the world community to be more ambitious. So I think that's very, very useful, very positive. And if you look at the Netherlands, this is not an easy decision. For example, we have opened a few coal-fired power plants just a couple of years ago, and they're the most modern of Europe and the most efficient, but still we might close them down within 1 or 2 years, because otherwise we will never be able to reach our CO2 emission reduction. And again, this will cost us billions of euros, because of course they were built by companies that had a guarantee of being able to sell it to the consumer. Well, so we will have to pay damages, and again, this is very, very important. So I think Europe in general is quite a positive change compared to 5 years ago. Another one is China. And China made this relatively surprising announcement at the General Assembly of the UN. President Xi Jinping said that China will be carbon neutral in 2060. Sounds far away, of course it is. It's 10 years after the EU wants to be carbon neutral. But still, it is first time that China is mentioning a specific date. And since they're, of course, so important in terms of emissions, I think this is very good news. But that's for governments. But also, I think if you look at the private sector, at your sector, also there you see a lot of interesting initiatives. Just to mention 3 or 4. IKEA is going to stop selling non-rechargeable batteries. Shell and Microsoft are joining forces to make sure that by 2050, Microsoft will be 100% carbon neutral, thanks to 100% renewable energy that they will receive from Shell. Unilever and Google are teaming up to get a much better insight in what's happening with our forests, our biodiversity, our water reserves, by using cloud computing and AI. So these two giants are also working together. And last example is that our own king, Willem-Alexander, opened a factory recently in Delfzijl in the Netherlands. It's the first plant in the world that will recycle contaminated metals and will produce purified metal blocks. So again, there are things happening. At a very much more modest level, as an embassy, we try to bring our little contribution with solar panels, a plug-in hybrid. We hosted the Care for Plastic initiative of a few chambers of commerce, where hotels and hospitals will collect plastic to be recycled. So that was another interesting initiative. And last example is that we hosted an event on the 7th of August with Minister Waravoet of Natural Resources and Environment about the need for a green recovery. building back better. So hopefully that also in Thailand that will take off. Anyway, I could go on for much longer with very specific examples. I would like to leave it at that. And I think the exciting part today is that at the end of today, I would be able to add, I'm sure, quite a lot of other examples of sustainable behavior by private sector actors, because reading the agenda, cities, food, fashion, consuming patterns and so on, and looking at the speakers, I'm sure we will hear a lot of exciting examples and inspiring examples. I would have to leave it at that. I'm under strict instructions in terms of my time. But again, it's very good to see that there are so many people present, and I really wish you a very inspiring afternoon. And well, who knows, see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Kees Radder from the Embassy of the Netherlands. Next, we also have with us His Excellency Mr. Jan Astrom Gröndal, Ambassador Designate of Sweden to Thailand, for the opening speech. Ambassador.
Thank you so much, also for pronouncing my name correctly. You're the first one, I think. It's a very Swedish name with many dots and things. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank the organizers for having me. It's truly a very important event. Let me also thank my dear colleague, His Excellency the Dutch Ambassador, for an inspiring opening remark, but also eye-opening remarks, I have to say. And I got very inspired by what you are doing at your embassy and solar panels and other things, and I accept that as a challenge. I'm honored to be here today to participate at the opening of the Sustainability for Business Forum 2020. The Chambers of Commerce play an increasingly important role in contributing in sustainable business solutions. And I'm glad to notice among us here today many representatives of businesses that are at the forefront of our inevitable transition, I would like to say, to a green and circular economy. Sweden and Thailand recently celebrated 150 years of strong and excellent bilateral relations. Central already at the outset of our relationship was substantial trade in goods, traveling in both directions. Trade is still a cornerstone between our countries, with Thailand being a major partner in that respect. But our countries have also become much more integrated at all levels, with massively expanded people-to-people contacts. We truly have a shared common future. Promoting sustainability in all its forms and seeking new collaboration is a key part of my mission and my mandate. I've been here only for 3 weeks, so it's still early days, but it's very clear that this is going to be a central part of my mission. Not only because it is central to Swedish foreign policy and also in line with the international goals, but also, and honestly, it's because it's the right thing to do. And ultimately, it is about which side of history we want to be on. Our future generations now depend on us collectively in succeeding. Global warming is a fact, can't be denied. The ongoing pandemic has only distracted us for a while, even if the drastic reduction in emissions have shown us what is possible. If anything, the pandemic has shown us the opportunities in green investments. At the same time, the pandemic has also resulted in a sudden surge in the volume of plastic waste from personal protective equipment and single-use items. Recyclers in this region are faced with significant drops in both demand and sales prices for recycled plastics. And the volume of plastic collected and sorted by the informal sector has dropped by an estimated 65%. Innovation and new opportunities within sustainable business are essential to tackling not only climate change, but to safeguard our biodiversity, essential for our survival, and to improve the standard of living for everyone. Sometimes you still hear about possible conflicts of interest between sustainability and growth. Nothing could be more wrong. Nothing makes me more irritated. And please refer any still existing non-believer to the example of Sweden, where we have managed to grow our economy substantially, while at the same time being able to reduce carbon emissions and pollution. Two key instruments have been the energy and carbon dioxide taxes, and other examples are procurement of innovative technologies, well-developed public transport systems, recycling schemes, and provision of investment grants. The government has recently announced green recovery initiatives with much-needed public sector investments in green transition. EU-wide policy instruments such as emission standards for new vehicles have also contributed. The focus in the last decade have been centered on climate-smart cities, transportation, and bioeconomy. A national strategy to transit to a circular economy was recently adopted. We welcome Thailand's recent adoption of a plan to ban the use of single-use plastic bags in 2021. The announced ban is good news, indeed, and we remain hopeful that Thailand can regain lost ground in the fight against single-use plastics. Furthermore, the Royal Thai government just last year took important steps in the right direction by approving the phasing out of 3 types of plastics: microbeads, cap seals, and oxo-degradable plastics. Thailand's journey towards achieving a sustainable, green, and circular economy is also our collective journey. Swedish businesses in Thailand have been present here for many decades, and in some cases for more than a century. It should come as no surprise that the likes of ABB, Electrolux, Ericsson, IKEA, Tetra Pak, and Volvo have become stakeholders in the future development of also Thailand. Sweden looks forward to continuing working together with Thailand on these issues, as well as regionally through international organizations, not the least the UN, of course. Let me conclude by wishing you all a successful event with many new valuable connections. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now let's hear from our strategic partner. I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Stephen Olive, Mission Director of the Regional Development Mission for Asia, United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, to deliver the speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Sawadi Krop. It's really an honor to be here with our distinguished guest, His Excellency Kees Radu, and His Excellency John Gundal. It's a pleasure to share the stage with you as well as our honored guest. And I really want to thank the multi-chambers of commerce for convening us today in this really important forum. Every time I come to an event like this, I feel, I question my own career choice. Because when I talk to a company like Harmless Harvest, who's out there developing sustainable coconut value chains that will protect our planet, et cetera, you wonder, well, and being an innovator and like all of you here, you know, wonder, why didn't I choose this type of career? Because decades ago, and about the time when I was starting in the Foreign Service with USAID, the majority of development assistance to emerging economies came from governments like the US government to these. Nowadays, that's been flipped on its head, where the majority of capital flows going to emerging markets is coming from the private sector. And so here I am in a job that I'm trying to work myself out of a job, and all of you are out there creating jobs and protecting our planet. Which choice did I make? You all are in a great position, and I really admire the work that all of you do, the jobs you create, and the concern for the planet. And that's why USAID is one of the sponsors here, because we believe in collaborating with industry in enterprise-driven development to catalyze market shifts and decrease poverty while increasing business resilience in economic and environmental shocks. In this year's World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, climate-related issues filled the top 5 spots of long-term risks. And COVID-19, of course, is the latest, but unlikely the last, environmental health-related risk that we all will face. In fact, half of the emerging infectious diseases in the past 6 decades, from COVID to SARS to Ebola to HIV/AIDS, are linked to land use change, agricultural intensification, or changes in food production. Facing natural disasters, extreme weather, and biodiversity loss, our value chains are at risk of fragmenting without new business models to bolster them. This is where public monies can crowd in private funds to address these challenges. As of 2018, across more than 80 countries, the U.S. government leveraged $5.5 billion in partial credit guarantees to de-risk lending for investments. Because of this, business and initiatives that otherwise would not have secured capital have launched. In January, the International Development Finance Corporation officially opened its doors as America's development bank, with a $60 billion investment cap in emerging markets. The Indo-Pacific is a priority region for this work, and I was recently joined by our colleague from this new corporation here in the U.S. Embassy here in Thailand. Perhaps more closely linked to this forum in sustainable business is our flagship climate finance USAID Green Investment Asia project. With an eye towards lowering carbon emissions, we are facilitating debt and equity investments into sustainable land use businesses covering rice to rubber, coconuts to cacao, and more. This facility provides technical assistance, such as feasibility studies and capital matchmaking to low carbon and small and medium-sized enterprises, to multinational corporations committed to sustainable sourcing through their supply chains. For example, here in Thailand, we are working with the Coconut Water Company to source sustainable coconuts. Through our assistance, Harmless Harvest now has information on the carbon footprint of their supply chain and climate suitability for future coconut plantations. And by the way, my wife is a huge fan of that. My house is full of a lot of coconut water because of its nutrition, et cetera, and the fact that now it's being produced sustainably and we know that it's good for the environment is really a great innovative business practice. We're in a period of unprecedented investment opportunities. Forward-thinking business leaders and impact investors can make climate-conscious, game-changing advancements for people, the planet, and business profit. Facilitating investments in emerging markets is difficult, but our very survival in the warming world hinges on leaders in this room responding to this historical capital call. And I'd like to introduce 2 of our team members from USAID who are implementing our program alongside of all of you as business. Angela and Kun Bird, thank you for joining me today and for your great work for us. And then I'd just like to end as I applaud those of you here who invested in the strengthening their cities and their supply chains. In hope their business success spurs more needed investment. Thank you again for this opportunity to welcome you here today, and I wish you all continued luck. Khap kun krap.
Appreciate it, Mr. Olive. And we will, in a short time, see the video of this Green Invest Asia as well. But before that, acquaint ourselves with the session this afternoon by having on the stage Ms. Achnel Lebiong and Mr. Henri de Reboul, the Multi-Chamber Sustainability Commerce Committee Directors and Content Coordinator for SBF 20 for the introduction of this session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm really glad we're actually able to meet in person for the 4th edition of the Sustainability for Business Forum. It was quite compromised at first. We had to change the date, but here we are in person, gathered once again to explore impactful project implementations, to meet the business practitioners behind innovations for greater good, and to ignite new partnerships for environmental and social impact. Some of the businesses that you'll meet today are further down their sustainability journey, disrupting the status quo and pushing the boundaries of business models. Others are on a more transformational journey, optimizing their processes, their operations, and their products from gray to green. But all in all of us here hold a common belief that the state of the world needs repair and that the business sector holds a major role in steering the direction to our human and planet welfare. Every year we aim to deliver content which is timely, which responds to local and global challenges, and is actionable here and now. We could not speak about sustainability without speaking about the COVID crisis. Firstly, because the two are deeply intertwined, as we realize that the health of our planet is a prerequisite for ours. But also because while the economy has been put on a stop, our social and environmental distress have not been put on lockdown. It is now more crucial than ever to rethink our businesses within our ecological limits and human welfare to foster our own resiliency long term. SBF 20 will be an opportunity to explore ideas for a new normal written in greener and more inclusive terms.
I agree with you. We have to talk about COVID-19. COVID-19 and the restriction the government are making on the economy have a tremendous impact on the economy here in Thailand and the region. And to many sectors, to the company we're working with, and to our life. Many lost their jobs, and still people who still have the jobs, they have to struggle to run the company. The prices are going down, the volume are going down, the margin are going down. So to get your company survive, you have to work harder and harder. It's tough. We don't know when it will be finished. So I don't know what you think. In such a situation, we all look for hopeful perspective. That's what we're trying to do in this forum, to bring to you hopeful and positive perspective in terms of business, also in terms of meaning, in terms of purpose for our business, for our work. We'll be listening some great managers, great innovators who are bringing sustainability and solutions to social environment challenges to the core of the business operations and business models. Inspirational speakers who will share their ideas, their enthusiasm, their courage to move forward. So Amel will explain all the speakers will be organized by track.
Yes, so the first track will be about cities and will be in ballroom number 2 over there. So cities are home to more than 55% of the population. We basically rely on them for quite a lot of things, for jobs, for services, for education, healthcare, research, entertainment, and culture. And they're centers for innovation, technological progress, but also really great human networks. But as they combine so many talents, they're also more vulnerable to crisis and to the growing effects of climate change. Today, we have a really true opportunity to stimulate our economy to actually support the transition of these cities towards decarbonization and to create integrated managed neighborhoods that are going to generate jobs that actually create social and environmental value. Today, we'll be specifically speaking about how sustainable, smart, and resilient cities actually promote green economy and a green recovery. And we're going to be hearing from our business leaders here in Thailand about Thailand implemented solution for renewable energy generation, energy storage and decentralization, urban e-mobility, circularity in cities, tech for good, but also the revival of our green areas. The second track We will be looking into beauty and the fashion industry, and it will be held in room number 6, so across the hallway. So in both of these sectors we've been seeing in the past decades a lot of positive change. They've been shifting from having toxic production processes to toxic-free ingredients, from encouraging fast fashion and mass consumerism to promoting responsible purchasing. And they've also been improving the working conditions of their workers and supporting local communities and their economies. We'll be today speaking about how the beauty and the fashion industry is actually taking climate action, moving towards circularity, and we're going to be hearing about sustainability pioneers, about their innovations in design, in packaging, and in products, which is offering us, consumers, the choice to access better products.
On the same track on sustainable lifestyle, after the coffee break, we'll have two amazing duos, business duos. The first one is a company who's beautifully designing interior items from the used walking tools from the poorest of the poor, the small fishermen. The second duo will be from
Morloop?
Yeah, from Morloop, with a very famous company here in Thailand, which is moving to bringing services to a circular economy and partnering with a startup social enterprise to recycle tons of leftover from the garment industry. The third track name is Food of the Future. We'll go on here in this room. You are being supported by Green Invest Asia. The first panel after this session will be with 4 speakers. One executive for international company and one famous chef has identified the consumer food emerging demands and the future of trends in that sector. And 2 CEOs of very innovative Thai companies are addressing these demands in terms of health, in terms of impact on the environment, and in terms of integration of communities. After the coffee break, you have one small panel having the best-in-class companies regarding to responsible supply chain, one very famous international companies and one small company successfully being a social and sustainable enterprise, that been already mentioned by Mr. Oliver. The second small session will be with a committed to sustainability tech supplier helping a Thai company to assess the social environment impact from their food supplier. To end the day will be again here in the plenary session, a CEO panel with the regional executive of a very famous international brand in beauty, the very passionate CEO of a Thai innovative food company, and the CEO of a renewable energy company in the region. All these 3 speakers will share how they make sustainability a key component of their relation to stakeholders, on their strategy, on their competitive advantage, on their vision for the future. I think we're right to be here in Bangkok. And the people who are connected from Ho Chi Minh, Phnom Penh, Singapore, Paris, London, and Amsterdam are right too. I think it will be a great afternoon. I wish you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alpmel and Aubrey, for the introduction to the way the SBF 20 is being designed for the most productive session that we're going to have this afternoon. And before we take a group photo, we have a short presentation of our strategic partner, USAID, on Green Invest Asia. Let's take a look.
USA Green Invest Asia is a new kind of initiative in order to forge sustainable change in agribusiness and forestry, to manage environmental risks and reduce carbon emissions.
apology for the technical error. So to save time, we'll proceed with the photo session first, and then we'll continue with the video presentation. We still have time until the evening. So may I invite once again on the stage Ambassador Case, Ambassador Grandal, and Mr. Olive, Mr. Stephen Olive, Mr. Olivier Richard from French Embassy, Chargé d'Affaires, and representing Franco-Thai Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Thomas Sanchez, Mr. Hans van den Born, Executive Director of the Netherlands Thai Chamber of Commerce, Kun Pratanath Pathanacharen, Executive Director
USA Green Invest Asia
of the Swedish Thai Chamber of Commerce, Kun On Anung Prathak Piriya, Corporate Communications and Public Affairs, L'Oreal, Thailand, Ms. Ahmel Labiong and Mr. Henri de Reboul, Multi-Chamber Sustainability Committee Directors, and all the representatives of our sponsors and our supporters. Please join us as well.
in order to
Thank you, Excellencies and distinguished guests. And the video is ready. Before we send you out to the breakout sessions, let's take a look at this video. Green Invest Asia.
USA Green Invest Asia is a new kind of initiative. In order to forge sustainable change in agribusiness and forestry, to manage environmental risks and reduce carbon emissions, we are working directly with business and financial institutions across Asia. USA Green Invest Asia is part of USAID's long-running investment into more sustainable land use. For years, there's been a lot of focus on government and NGOs working around very small-scale, community-level work or on policy. But more recently, there has been a growing understanding that the private sector and financial institutions are key to finding solutions that create real impact and change. USAID Green Invest Asia links investors and financial institutions with profitable, low-emission agriculture and forestry companies. We partner with companies to support sustainable sourcing goals, attract new investors, and transform how land is used for the everyday products we rely on. Our aim is to mobilize private finance to reduce carbon emissions by attracting $400 million of private finance and a reduction of carbon emissions of 25 million tons. There's an understanding that what we've been doing isn't enough. We need to bring more actors to bear to address the challenge. From smallholder farmers to a large corporation, it's not always easy for them to work together, but they rely on each other. They need each other to be more successful and sustainable. With the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, more companies are setting targets and shifting their business practices towards more sustainable agriculture and forestry. Sustainability also makes good business sense. Asia's population is booming, and this means more food is needed, and it needs to be produced in a sustainable way with environmental and social safeguards. And the food challenge is only one side. On the other side is the role of land use change through deforestation of poor agricultural practices, which create 40% of greenhouse gas emissions in Asia. So the issues are pressing. They are urgent. At USA Green Invest Asia, we believe that through building partnerships, the resources are there to create real change. Talk to us about how we can work together.
And I'm sure we have enough time to study about USAID and the Green Invest Asia. They're with us today outside in the foyer. So now I'm sending all of you to the breakout sessions. We have 3 sessions. So this ballroom will be divided into two. Ballroom 2 will be the second half of this room. That will be where we'll have the session on smart and sustainable cities in the ballroom 2, which is the second half. Give us a few minutes to set up the partition. And second track, which is the sustainable lifestyles and fashion and beauty, will be held in the meeting room 6, which is across the foyer on the same floor. And the third and the last track is the food of the future. It will be in this ballroom, this part of the ballroom. And we'll be back in this room for the panel discussion and the CEO panel discussion at 5 p.m. There'll be a lucky draw at the end of the session. Hopefully you'll be lucky. And the networking, the cocktail reception starts at 6 p.m. So enjoy your breakout sessions and see you back at 5 p.m. Thank you very much. Manageable.
Testing.
Okay, sorry. ตรงนี้เขียวแล้วครับ ใช่ครับ
And then we'll start the program.
A package should save more than it costs. At Tetra Pak, we know this idea well. It is a defining part of our story. Today, food is processed and packaged for improved quality with a longer shelf life and can be transported anywhere. More people have access to safe food, helping improve health and well-being. But our planet still suffers. Natural resources are being depleted, greenhouse gas emissions are rising, food waste continues, and pollution persists. Every decision we make starts with a promise: protect what's good. It's the reason we continue to innovate with our customers to realize our vision. We commit to making food safe and available everywhere. And now it's time to renew our promise. In a fast-changing world with more people to feed, consumer preferences evolving, and the threat of climate change looming, protecting what's good has never been more important. So we're renewing our commitment to protect food by continuing to pioneer quality solutions that ensure food is kept safe all the way from farm to table and can reach the furthest corners of the world. To protect people by collaborating, learning, and building on our expertise to support our customers and communities everywhere. And to protect our planet by tackling climate change and contributing to the circular economy, using more renewable materials, reducing emissions across the value chain, working to prevent food waste, increasing recyclability, and much more. We want to show people around the world what our promise is all about. Because at Tetra Pak, we don't only protect food, we protect what's good.
Thank you. Welcome to the panel on food innovation. What we eat and how we get it is one of the biggest drivers of carbon emissions, water pollution, deforestation, not to mention more direct and immediate impacts on human health. Our current systems are simply unsustainable, but things are changing. Our four panelists today are all in the business of food, and we'll talk about innovations in their industries and where we are headed in the future. Each of the panelists will give us a brief presentation, then we'll move on to a discussion. We'll close with questions from the audience. Our first panelist is Mr. Bert Jan Post, MD of Tetra Pak. You have a presentation for us?
Sawadee Krap, good afternoon. Thank you first and foremost for inviting and having us here in this panel. It was a good start to start with the video, and you saw a few things that I would like to reiterate, and then afterwards we can go into the questions. Tetra Pak, protect what's good. I'll come back on that. But our mission, what we have, our vision is make food safe and available everywhere. And that's basically what we are doing. Tetra Pak's business is based on food is in one place, and as was expressed by earlier speakers, cities are growing, food has to go to a different place in a way that is smart, that is efficient, that keeps the food good, and in a sustainable way. And I've been working for Tetra Pak for a long time, and I can say that basically since the beginning a long time ago, sustainability, one way or the other, has been part of our business. It's in our, I would say, in our genes. I want to share with you a few thoughts about two areas. You know, we talk make food safe and available, then you talk about consumers, you know, consuming the food. Just a few remarks on what's happening on the consumer level, and then talk a little bit what we are doing. Because at this moment, the world is changing. COVID-19 is on our minds, but there's many other things that are changing. The public is becoming aware that we cannot do what we did. We have to make changes. We have investigated globally what are the major trends that we see now related to food and food consumption. And I just picked out three that are related to sustainability, food, and the future. The first one is that health and sustainability are not independent things anymore, and are not an option anymore either. It's health and sustainability. And if you look at the analysis, the details of this, it is amazing to see the change that we see, particularly with younger people. They don't accept that something is not healthy or not sustainable. In the past, you could say health comes later when I, become older. Sustainability, the options are not there anymore. So they realize that it's different. That means for companies that we have to do different things. We have to communicate that we have health in our products and that it is sustainable. And there are many examples of those. The second one that I would like to highlight is heritage and provenance. Connecting to what is close, connecting to what is real. And I think we probably, some of the other speakers will talk about it as well. That is something that is very relevant for restaurants, but it's also important for people that are in packed food that we are, in the value chain that we are in. And it should be done in a way that is trustworthy. And there the third element comes into play, big data. It's not only Facebook and Instagram. Nowadays you can do with QR codes, you can do tracking and tracing, and you can't fake it, because social media will expose very quickly if you do different from what you promise. So health is important and sustainability both, and definitely with the younger age groups, but they will make the older age groups aware that they have to change as well. Be real, and it can be checked. So this is on the consumer side. Then a few words on the business side. Tetra Pak is known as a big company for packaging, and there's a lot of packaging. We will go out with this message more and more. Go nature, go carton. And why do we dare to do this? This is an announcement of our ambition to be the most sustainable package in the world. Today, I dare to say we are not in a bad spot. 70% of our packages is renewable. Paper, coming from certified forest. We're working with FSC, all our packs. But we have to do more. We have to get this other 30% to be or renewable or something that is recycled. That's our ambition. That's a big technology request on us, and we are putting a lot of money into this on a global level. That doesn't stop to work on local level. On local level, we work as well in Thailand with many partners on the end of life. Recycling, making sure we get it back and do something very concrete with this. So this is something that you will see more. It will be a soft launch. We don't go above the line, but the idea that carton is good, lots more to be done, we would like to bring into society. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, our second panelist is going to be Smith, who is the CEO of Let's.
Hello. Hi. Okay. My name is Smith from Let's Plant Meat. So I'd like to tell you about what we do. Can I go? Okay. Here's a picture. I like the New Yorker cover page. You are slicing something out of what we love, the planet, right? Something about the meat consumption that we love to eat. I think people would like to eat more proteins these days. And if you look at that, the facts about meat production consume 83% of the farmland used, more than 3/4 of the land growing the foods for animal, and then we eat animal from that. And then 27% of the freshwater consumption goes to meat and dairy industries. And we don't have the second planet to live. We're looking about right now, right? And this is something where closer to here, this is the picture of deforested mountain in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And this is 420 is the AQI microgram per cubic meter in Chiang Mai alone in around like December to March of every year. Because farmers who grow corn, once they harvest the corn, they burn the fields to grow something else. And the corn go to who? Not to us, but go to animal feed industries. And the burning doesn't stop in Chiang Mai. The red dot is the satellite image, satellite data on where it burned. This is the northern Thailand, and you see like the further the border is everywhere. Because we love to eat the meat, so farmers continue to grow the corns or the other livestock feeding crops. And this is where we try to say to the people in the hills, say, hey, can you stop burning? Can you like come down and giving other jobs and can you grow something else? But we are people in the city, we still continue to eat shabu shabu and like a lot of buffet meat products. So we're thinking, what if we can offer consumers something that tastes like the meat we like, but there's also giving some environmentally friendly benefits. This comes something called plant-based meat, where we imitating, replicating the texture and taste of animal meat, but it's wholly made out of plant ingredients. this is where you can see the company like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods that making inroad for a lot of restaurant consumer around the world. And what about Asia, right? Are we going to buy something that costs half as much of our daily wage, right, in Thailand? So this is something where I'd like to make sure that Asia participates in this this movement. So we're looking at creating the plant-based meat from our local Thailand research here in Chiang Mai. And then we're starting to offer something like minced meat-based, where you can do like kaprao and some other Asian stuff. And also in the future, something that something that people all the world will want from Asia. Asian food is something that people love around the world, and can we make it plant-based? And a lot of meat cuisine can come from Asia that people will love too. And I like to stop here because we can talk more about this, but this is something where we want to participate in the movement of plant-based meat and want to grow the adoption, to grow the like awareness that whatever we choose to eat can also contribute to our planet's sustainability. Thank you.
So I don't have a slide for you guys, but a little bit about us. Berlan, we are a small restaurant. We do roughly 50 covers, well, pre-COVID we did 50 covers a day. And our main goal is to source the best quality produce for our consumers. But by doing that, we slowly realized that the choices we were making on a very simple level were affecting much more than just our restaurant and the consumers in our restaurant. That was affecting our farmers and the communities those farmers lived in. So we've, over the years, looked at ways in which we can reduce our carbon footprint, reduce our social impact, and try and improve the lives of everybody involved in the process. We do that a lot through waste reduction and different initiatives we run at the restaurant, and I think we're going to talk about them later. Yeah? So that's me.
Thanks so much, Dylan. And finally, we have Mr. Arwin Narula, who's the founder and CEO of Ermat.
So thanks, Mr. Zan. Thanks for having me here today. I actually speak around the world on sustainability, poverty alleviation through business. And this is the first time, I'm Thai. I'm a Thai citizen. So this is the first time I've spoken in Thailand. So thank you for the opportunity. So I'm one of the old guys in sustainability. I've been at it since 1982 in Thailand. And I run a bunch of companies in the agricultural space up in the north of Chiang Rai. We have also done operations in Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Sierra Leone, Argentina, where we still have an operation. All of these are in organic agriculture. So I'm one of the oldest organic agriculture innovators and impact investors in Asia. We continue, I realized way back, so I'll tell you a very quick story. We owned a lot of land in the old days in Chiang Rai. And one day I saw one of my farmers who was spraying the fields with a baby pack. He was carrying a baby while he had a DDT or whatever, pack at the back while he was spraying it. And my son was small at that time, and I said, you know, that's not tolerable for me to watch this man who works for us killing his child. And within a year we became organic, and these were early days, and we haven't changed since then. We are Thailand's and the world's largest organic jasmine rice producer, one of the largest organic overall rice producers in the world. We're Thailand's largest and the first organic eggs producer. The ambassador earlier was talking about harmless harvest. We're in organic coconuts and a bunch of other things. We have value-added products. We innovate in every which way. We are zero waste oriented, zero emissions where possible, very close to zero. Everything we do We use the entire plant. And I'd be happy to talk to, do we have slides here? Sorry. So that's us. That'll probably tell you more than I can say. Whoops, too fast. Kun Smith just went over that. And now we're developing packaging material, and I just know that Tetra Pak's going to talk to me after that, after this, wanting some of our stuff from rice straw. And we think we can stop both the burning in Asia as well as a no-tree product, no-tree-kill product. That's one of the prototypes we've made from pure rice straw, no additives, nothing. And we hope to start a movement. We hope other people will copy us and take this Southeast Asia wide where all the burning is every year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to start with the first question. I think you guys will each have a different perspective on it. And that is, for you in your business, what have been the main drivers of innovation in food towards sustainability? And if you could take the first one, and then we'll just go down the line.
The main driver for sustainability in our business. Yeah, I think sustainability, in the way we are a Swedish company, I think sustainability and respect for nature has always been there. I think, one of the biggest challenges that we have is to balance the need for protection, because that's what we're trying to provide, with the resources we take from nature. And I think the work that has been done over the years, it started that with certification forestry, making sure, because you talk about burning of trees, we say that we have renewable resources. Now that is only can be renewable if the forestries are properly managed. So that is one of the first steps we do. I think that the biggest challenge that we have at this moment, that where we are working on, is to change the technology that we use into something that has a lower carbon footprint. The biggest carbon footprint, it's a bit technical, but our packages are carton, a little bit polyethylene, and a little bit alufoil. Very little, 5%, hair thick. But we have to get it out. So these are the things that we have. So we started on the paper side. Now we really look into a complete renewable package in the future.
And then just to follow up, so would you say that most of the innovation drive is coming from inside the company, or are you seeing it coming from consumers? For you guys being a Swedish company, I'm assuming that the regulatory landscape is a little bit stricter for you. When you look at those three different things, internal, consumers, and regulatory, where's the main push coming from?
I think internal and consumers. I mean, the regulations, I think in many countries are, I think sometimes they even look at us to write them up. And I think there are, of course, now the landscape is a little bit changing, and this is particularly where the single-use plastic legislation comes into place. Driven in Europe, where we are, of course, fully committed to abide by the new regulations that come in place, and as many things are there done to make sure that we are fully. But I think in the years that I work in Tetra Pak, I can't remember that before the single-use plastic comes in, which is actually targeting less us than other packaging formats, that we were driven by legislation. It was by opportunities, by listening to consumers, and wanting to be a good company.
Dylan?
I think our driving factor is that it's the right thing to do. I mean, when we look at all the practices we've implemented, it just makes sense for us to do it so that we can sleep at night.
But in your industry, certainly it hasn't been that easy, and you're one of the, I would say you're at the forefront of some of the innovation, so.
I think, looking at it honestly, restaurants, especially higher-end restaurants, they're disgustingly wasteful. People come and spend a lot of money for small portions of food that requires a lot of preparation, a lot of waste. So for us, we tried to make it so it was educational for the customer as well, in order to tell them, like, this is less wasteful because of this, this, and this, and because of our sourcing policies, and also through different programs we run either with scholars and universities, or with actual producers ourselves, by returning or closing the loop and looking at the restaurant as a series of systems as opposed to this is our problem. So for example, we use a lot of charcoal on our charcoal grill. We want to get rid of that charcoal, so we also make a lot of coconut cream. So now we're working with Ajahn Lungtip from Kasetsart University, and she's helping us through a scholarship program with her students develop a way in which we can get a model to make charcoal out of our used coconut, but then give that model to communities in order for them to produce it and sell it to us. So stuff like that for us is really exciting and makes us sort of gets us out of bed each day.
Thank you. And Smith, I know that your Let's Plant Meat is part of a larger food organization. So can you talk a little bit about what the driver was for that?
Okay, so we're part of family company business in spices in Chiang Mai. So we do like garlic, pepper, chili powder, and then we do seasoning powder where we're mixing a lot of spices and creating like formulation on the marination of meat or snacks things. And one other thing is we want to make sure that we want like kind of innovate. So one thing we want to innovate based on like food scientific discovery, like food technology, food science. And we want to shift our focus on labor intensive to be more knowledge intensive. And that's where we read so much and we observe and we ask questions on ourselves. One thing is if we were to utilize our scientific people to do something meaningful, what are it, right? What is it? And we constantly face the problem of the burning in Chiang Mai for the past 7 years. And every time people want to fix that problem, they try to do on supply side. Can you give something to farmer to grow? Can you bring them down from the hill? Can you don't support the growing? But then nobody talk about the demand side where that supply chain end up. So by constantly reading it and asking the question, you see this could be something where we can be a part of change. And if we have scientific ability, would we want to be part of that equation of change by not just being a bystander? Hey, I just give you donation of like 10,000 baht and do something. But this is something where we want to make something from the grassroots that we can make an impact, starting from small part. That eventually we don't see a connection that we don't have the burning soon. But it is something where we create the awareness of people when they choose to eat a dish, the meat that you like, can you reduce that a little bit and find the other option that can also help lengthen the life of our planet. It is something where we want to, it's a driving force of question and try to answer it ourselves.
Arvind.
So for us, most of our innovation and drive is internal. I think consumers are, when they make decisions, they don't have enough information as to the choices really available to them. So we focus on changing it from the farm level in the food industry. So for example, the Hill Tribe Organic Eggs, it's a company of pure passion. No business plan would be accepted by any banker, the plan that we have. We've lost money for 7 years, and we continue. But it's changed the lives of the hill tribes, and they stopped the very burning that Kun Smith is talking about, because we've given them an opportunity to treble and quadruple their incomes using a model that we developed, and we can trace every egg back to every farmer, and that gives the farmer the pride because he's on our websites. They have no electricity, no running water. They didn't have schools. We've provided a lot of all that. But the sheer joy of being able to make a community-based and environmental-based change, and that's just the smallest example of the different businesses we're in. So we see magnificent pride in the people we work with, 3,000 families who work with us, and how their lives have changed. They've been with us for decades, and because we guarantee them higher incomes, because we tell them that you stop poisoning yourselves, your families, the earth, but stopping all the chemicals that are used in farms. And that drives us, that pushes us to greater innovation, to use every part of the plant, to use every piece of the farmland available to increase their revenues and create even more jobs and even more safe food within our own systems.
So actually, hold on to that microphone because I want to follow up and then maybe we can all address this. So we're talking about sustainability in business, and you've just told us that Hill Tribe Eggs hasn't turned a profit for 7 years. Can you talk about what the horizon looks like and whether it will be doing so in the future, and how important that is when you're innovating in order to create business models that are sustainable as well?
So in this particular, this is a passion project. It's more of a social enterprise. So we broke even recently, and that's a happy situation for us. And we're happy to try and keep it at break even. We're not looking for profit in the Hill Tribes project. And hopefully Bolan uses our eggs. If not, we'll pelt you. But you know, on all the other businesses that we have, they're all profit-driven. As I said, I speak around the world, and the one thing that drives sustainability is profit. We humans who have had the education and those who haven't are driven mightily by making money. So, and there are answers. There are answers. You know, the big project that we have, we're launching right now, the colleague of mine, Braz, is sitting right here, to make packaging material from straw. We want to stop the burning. Our farmers and the children breathe this stuff 3 months every year. We want to stop that. And the only way to stop it is to tell the farmers, we'll give you money if you don't burn your fields. All of our farmers who are in organic, somehow a lot of them burn it, and they say somebody else burned it to come and catch the field mice at night to eat. That's not true. They're burning it because the farmer population is aging. They don't want to have to go through the work to have to harrow the fields, et cetera, yada, yada. So the only answer is profit. I'm part of a think tank, global think tank, that's looking for a solution to the ocean plastics. And I turned this whole process of working a little bit with the Chula University here, the entire process around stop looking at this as a problem. Think it's in international waters. Think of it as if you discovered oil, millions of tons of it. Now what are you going to do with it? And we have come up with a few solutions, and we're looking for mega bucks to fund that, to try and get that out of the way. Thank you.
And Smith, can you talk about the business case for meat alternatives in light of Let's Plant Meat? The investment that you've made, whether you want to talk about profitability, what the horizon is for
Okay. So I think the alternative protein is the hot sector right now for like the ag tech and food tech industry. A lot of investor is looking around the next big thing, and kind of like thank you that we be part here. And then because of the momentum the industry is creating, I don't think that the demand in Asia is like large, because Asian is living with the plant-based alternative for a long time, like tofu and mushroom and other things like soy-based things. And then, but these other things have the stigma of like, it's the old age, it's a refrain from, so you don't have that good tasting. Everything that's claimed to be healthy will be less taste, and that people don't want. And we want to change that stigma. And this is something where, how can we offer tasty product and also like not to like burden your wallet, and also trying to create the better sense on your health and sustainability. I think with volume, with acceptance of consumer, I think it will change. I think it start to pick up. The first thing that we want to solve is the price accessibility, right? To import it from Europe and USA is not something that major of Thai people can access. We want to make sure it produced in Thailand. It's a conscious choice that we use soy, because soy is one thing you can talk about. Soy is GMO, but we don't use the GMO soy. And soy is a field crop where it started burning, but the soy is something that when you harvest, you can plow it back to retain nitrogen into the field, and it's something that you can create. But a lot of people like say is allergic to soy, but people in Asia, we live with soy for the past few thousand years, and we know soy. And if we can make soy that doesn't smell like soy and then taste like meat, this is something where we can start making what I call a dent in the meat universe, and we try small thing.
So for you, it's a long-term investment? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a long-term investment where we want to create adoption, and I think the volume should start pick up. I mean, this vegetarian festival in next week, where everybody in Thailand will try to eat vegetarian for the 9 days, right? I want this to, after you try it, and then you want to continue to do more. This is something where if you don't have the demand, where supply would not make profitability. This is where we have to, like chicken and egg thing, when we have technology, we will have the market to offer that. A lot of times we're looking at, like people in Thailand don't cook at home. They're looking at eating at restaurants, and how can restaurant can be part of this by like incorporating this plant-based meat on their menu. This is something where I want to see one page having plant-based option with tofu, mushroom, and other meat alternative where they can enjoy with friends that still continue eating meat, and that their life should not be that difficult.
And Dylan, for Bolan, can you talk about the business case for embracing sustainability? Has it helped the business, or is it costing you more, or?
Some of the programs cost us more, but most of it actually saves us money. We're essentially making our business more efficient, so therefore we get more work out of our staff and therefore more profitability. But also we're saving money because, for example, we use all our citrus scraps. We make a lot of fresh lime juice every day. The citrus scraps, we turn them into pectin, and then that pectin we put into a cleaning agent that we make ourselves from our other fruits that we ferment with some sugar and make an EM out of it. And so this is really low tech, low investment for us, but instead of buying in harsh chemicals to use in the restaurant, we can actually clean the whole restaurant by producing our own cleaning agents. We also take our oil and turn our oil into soap, and that soap we use to wash the whole kitchen, use it to wash our hands. We haven't quite developed one that doesn't smell like shallots yet, so we can't give it to the customers, but we're working on like liquidizing it and giving it to the customers as well. These things save us money, and therefore we can spend that money on other things in the restaurant, like putting our solars on top or putting an ocken in the back, which is a biodigester, stuff like that. This costs a lot of money, and those things won't pay us back for the life of the restaurant.
But when you talk about the ocken, which is I guess a composting machine,
Yeah.
what was the motivation for doing that, despite the fact that you said it won't pay for itself during the life of the restaurant?
Well, we've been separating our waste for about 4 or 5 years now, and we're separating it and then sending it out onto this curb, and realized that everything we separated just got thrown back into the back of one truck. So we wanted to come up with a better alternative for that, and we've come up with a mission statement of zero waste to landfill. So the easiest way to get rid of a lot of our food waste was to compost. We started composting by ourselves in homemade bins, like double bins, and doing that sort of method. But that created new problems for us, like smell, but also infestation, so lots of maggots, lots of hungry rats decided to come off the street because there's better food to have in our bins. So we need to come up with a more efficient way in which we could process our food waste, the food waste that we can't upcycle. For us, composting is the last option, so to speak, but we still have the capacity to compost 80 kilos a day. At the moment, we're probably composting 30, 40 kilos a day based on 2 restaurants and 2 bars operating out of the one space. But that compost then we put back into our permaculture garden. We also ship it off to our farmers as well.
And Bert-Jan, can you talk about?
Yeah, now maybe first a few comments about what you talked about plant-based, because it's a very hot topic, not only for meat, and by the way, meat is very successful in Europe. Like Unilever bought a company, and they take the technology and now bring it like mainstream. And in the West, I think it is different than here in Thailand, but the acceleration of plant-based and coming from a boring, non-tasting product that I have to eat to something that is attractive, it's accelerating. And I think the science here in this part of the world, I talked about the trends, and the trends are impacting product development of our customers. So we spend a lot of energy with our customers to develop not the package, but what you put in the package. And if I look at the discussion that we have, it's more on plant-based than on dairy. Dairy, yes, sure, and and then different taste, but plant-based, new. And it's not because we want to reduce cost, no, we want to create some value because there are consumers out there that have been educated by, their peers, by, Netflix. There are very interesting, things on there that plant-based is not bad and you can be a top
athlete of doing it. So people want to do it, and then you get very hip brands like Oatly. So soya has always been here, but now in Thailand, almond, now Oatly or oat-based products. If you go to Starbucks nowadays, and the latest thing that they have, I think the last month, and behind the counter you can find this Oatly. That's imported from here. Why is it not coming from here? Why is the soy that is being, the organic soy, by the way, that Starbucks is using in Thailand, imported from California? So, so there is let's say, an international drive of doing this in consumption, and I think there's a big opportunity for Thai producers to take that space in Thailand, but as well in other Asian countries, because it's not only Thailand, it's all over Asia where we see this trend developing. And now the other question about Tetra Pak itself. First, the development, or do we do this? Is it a cost or is it an opportunity? Sustainability. I think it's something. It's a very hard business necessity, I would say. If you want to be in the front, if you want to be leading, if you want to exist in 20 years from now, you can't ignore and you think it goes away. So it is something that we don't have a choice. I think, many companies look at two different things nowadays. You don't have a choice to do something in the digital space and to do something in the sustainability space. But it's very hard to define exactly what you have to do now. I think we have now developed a roadmap that we know what we have to do. And we are doing it. We're doing it step by step, based on a good heritage. What is still a big opportunity is sometimes to get the rest of the value chain along. Because not everybody sees a need that needs to be done, and definitely, if you make those changes, you create some difficulties, some change. But I don't think it is an option. I think it is an absolute thing that we have to do, and if you do it right, you remain leading, and it's critical for your future business success.
Okay, thank you guys. We have about 15 minutes left now, and I'd like to open up questions from the audience. Can I just get a sense of whether, if anybody has any questions, so we can, anybody? No, we have, oh, okay. Okay, so can you take the microphone? Could you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, my name is Horst Witzorek. I'm originally German, but I'm also on the board of the Danish Chamber, so I'm in two functions here. And I work in the insurance industry. And for us, it's also very important to see what's going on just in sustainable things. But personally, I'm very interested in this. And my question is, what is the innovation to change the customer's behavior in using what we all here now and what you are all thinking about? So how you want to motivate customers to change the behavior? Because now the market is like this, people buy the cheapest things. The cheapest, if the meat got cheaper when I grew up, the price was the same than now. And so how you can motivate customers to change the behavior?
Maybe if
I can say just one thing. I think there is a big segment in the market that is interested in sustainable products. If you look and we talk about, in big meat, big volumes of meat, very cheap, there will be a group of people that have this. But I can see that, and it comes from the younger age onwards. People demand from brands, and it is in food going slower than in other brands. But honesty, they want to have that those products are produced in a way that they can, well, I would say they're not opposed to it. And by this, so I would challenge you that there is not coming there is not a current that it's going to happen, because the young people see that it is required.
Smith, could I, yeah.
Go first. Sure, okay. To answer your question, I think that the driving force of sustainability is, one, come from education. If people get to know, read, listen, I think based on social media, if you can create the right content to know that behind the food you eat, behind the packaging you choose, behind the lifestyle you're selecting to have, it has consequence. And people with education can relate that. For the meat part, I think meat is a sign of wealth. People who just having money, they want to eat more of the protein before they eat beans. Now they want to eat the real flesh. And this is something where let them eat a little bit until the education catch up, and we can, as the industry, try to help telling the story to each other. And one other thing where will be what I call inevitability, where when 2050 comes, when population grows so huge and we don't have enough of the resources to produce, and meat will become something of a luxury, that you only need to have a lot of money to eat the meat from animal, and then other people have to eat something from plant or from something else. And this is where the industry is moving, not to get the consumer to eat it, but to make sure that we have the enough food to produce in the conversion level where is warrant the food source for our future population.
So meat, the meat substitutes already, you don't have to teach the world too much. It's everywhere already. It's one of the fastest growing food products. It's already double-digit growth for the past 3 years on a very small basis, but it's ballooning. And it's not only vegetable-sourced meats, it's lab-based meats. And I don't know if some of you are aware that there's a couple of corporations now making proteins. It's not meat, it's protein, the industry. So a couple of I talk funny. So a couple of corporations have already begun extracting or fermenting from carbon dioxide actually, into protein. So there's a lot of innovation coming, and animals on the way out, no question about it.
Dylan, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I think, how do you engage the customer? I think the easiest thing is to be genuine and honest. I think this day and age, people smell bullshit a mile away, and there's so much greenwashing on the market from all levels, from small business to large business, and people just know. So I think if you can actually execute and do what you say you are doing, people will know, and they can then believe in you, and you build trust in your brand.
Any other questions?
I'm Manuel Madani. I'm with the NCC. I've been here working in Thailand in the agriculture industry for 10 years. My question is also about meat. Do you believe it will cross the chasm eventually to the vast majority? Because today, like, substitute for meats is quite expensive. And how do you envision that? Is it a trend, or would it eventually decline?
Meat options or plant-based options for meat aren't expensive. Traditional wisdom and traditional culinary heritage is already in place for thousands of years, offering people high protein diets without very much protein or very much animal protein at all. It's available in Chiang Mai through the form of tua nao and things like this. It's down south in the form of fermentation. It's all available. It's just that we've lost track or lost a connection with our food systems, and we've lost a connection with how to cook. People don't cook anymore. So if people start cooking more, people will start understanding how their food is produced, and then they'll make more conscious and, let's say, wiser decisions in regards to their food. I believe we should be reducing the amount of food, animal-based proteins in our diet anyway, and I do see that things like plant-based meats or meat substitutes are an option, but they're not the only option. There's so much biodiversity out there that I think we should be supporting that on a local level more than, say, feeding money into large corporations who are growing meat in a lab.
Sure. I think I'd like to talk about the demand supply side. I mean, meat industry being the part of like our fabric for the past 100 years, but then with cold chain in the past 30 years, where the price of meat will become easy access, right? And then because of the meat being easy access, then the population can have more protein and more rich diet, so they can like grow and be prosper as an economy. But now, at the point where they try to control the meat price, not to be exceeding certain like affordability level. So if you talk about meat from animal, once it leaves slaughterhouse, and for plant-based meat leaving the plants, probably cost about the same per kilo. But the downstream process make it different. On the one hand, because the meat in the shelf aisle at the supermarket is the magnet for consumer to come in, so that they can make smaller margin, so they can make up margin from something else like tissue paper or shampoo, and then they have no VAT for the meat industry. But for plant-based meat, it's a mixture of everything. Then it becomes like VAT and by default. And then secondly, it become frozen because the demand is not there. Where the shelf life of shelf only lasts 7 to 8 days, right? Otherwise, you have like big return from the supermarkets. You have to do frozen. Then frozen, you have to like require so much of the shelf space and shelf energy, where the GP or gross profit margin from the retail up to 30%. So that's where the price is different. So if we have demands. If we have, the tofu is not expensive because the demand for tofu, but for something, probably look around for like more demand to grow, and then maybe some assistance from the retailer or government could help making this to reach the consumer more efficiently.
And then also, I mean, I think you talked about 2050, Smith. At a certain point, it just will be totally untenable for people to continue to eat meat, whether it's something we want to do or not, right? Any other?
Yeah, my name is Ingo Pool. I've been kind of like engaged on the energy transformation and on food transformation now for quite a while. And I have a comment and a question. Actually, the comment is, if you look at it from a dynamic perspective, like the rate of change in energy and food. On the energy side, we're going from fossil to renewable. In food, we're going from meat-based to plant-based, kind of like the same thing. In energy, we're talking now about stranded assets. We're talking about that the incumbent that fossil industry is on the way out, and that if you don't do that transition right, there's a very high cost of basically that infrastructure, that old system that kind of like goes out. But there's a lot of people, who are invested in that industry, whose pensions depend on it, and governments are already very concerned that if we do that transition wrong, that is quite damaging. Now, food is going through the same thing, right? So we're going from this meat-based to plant-based. The difference is that the transition on the food side is 100 times faster than the transition on the energy side. So in energy, we are already where we will have a problem, right? On food, the transition is so fast because people like it, and I think, why do people change? I actually think it's not about awareness, it's about user experience. It's always about user experience. And I think there's now consensus that plant-based diet, like that young generation, and it's getting stronger and stronger, that this is the way to go. And it's happening so fast, that the real question, and I would like your comment on it, is that the incumbents, the dairy industry and the meat industry, are not able to adapt to the new trend fast enough. So look at company valuations on the plant-based side. Look at what happened after the Beyond Meat IPO, right? They went sky high, right? Or like the other big players. Look what happens to dairy. No? They're already operating on subsidized business models, on super thin margins, right? So just a small, basically drop on demand, basically kills them, and it's already happening. Look at bankruptcies in dairy. In Europe, look at what happens in valuations in meat-based. Basically, energy side, the same thing happened. Now look at the energy utilities. It's literally the same story. Energy is a bit ahead, but it's much slower. And so, basically, the thing is, do you have a comment on like food companies that are in dairy and meat, and like their risk of becoming completely stranded and obsolete at a rate that is so fast that they cannot adapt to?
And also, just to add on to that, do you see any companies, especially in Thailand, like we see in Europe and the United States, that are starting to transition, that were once maybe poultry companies and then decided they would become protein companies?
I think this is the survival. I mean, it doesn't say survival, but it's like the risking the bets, hedging the bet to the plant-based side. But consumers can feel directly, are you like believe in your mission or your money at the end of the goals, right? So I think the pure play company like Beyond Meat or Impossible will have the easy way to communicate that they try to fight against something, and that's where the user experience, the consumer trust issue, or like the brand representation, you want to support a brand that really like you want to be part of. This is where I think the pure play company will be at the edge for communicating something without baggage. And this is something where I think, but the logistic and also the whole ecosystem is already been built for the meat industry, where how can we tap into that and make sure this trend could happen and can like collaborate and make sure that it's a world of the future together. It's not by like one camp or the other.
And in terms of making that transition, to follow up with your question, do you see any government participation in this transition? Because we're seeing it from a consumer side, a demand side, but in order to support these dairy companies and meat companies from going bankrupt or being able to transition, I'm assuming that they would need some.
I think for the part of government support, I think the one that we participate is called Space Aid Program, where like the National Innovation Agency with Thai Union, with Mahidol University try to help incubating the food tech company inside Thailand to equip them with knowledge, equip us with knowledge and the right connection. This is the program where they can help at least growing the small startups to become like more stronger. And then, but on the part where I feel from the business person, I don't want government to come in so closely, leave it a little bit alone. So I think the innovation will prosper without like this kind of like policy dominance. Leave it a little bit area for the right innovation to prosper by themselves without like, otherwise it'll be like the policy or the voter or whatever. I don't want to have that picture to be interfering with the movement of the industry. I think I leave it like that.
Okay, I think we have time for just one more question, if there's one in the audience.
So thank you. As a representative of government, I'm the ambassador of Sweden to ambassador designate, I should say, to Thailand. I wasn't provoked, but I have a comment on I found it very interesting to listen to all of you when you discuss whether or not the change is fast or slow. I mean, you could look upon that question from different angles, I guess. And I'm not a politician, but I'm a bureaucrat. And as a bureaucrat, I still believe that sometimes we should make use of the regulatory or the legislative sort of element. And I actually think that from the policy level, sometimes also when we discuss these things, you need to have brave politicians, brave lawmakers that is also willing to make some quite tough decisions when change is not happening fast enough. That, I mean, also not interfering with what you were saying, but I think that one should at least not rule out that sometimes it's needed. Sometimes it's needed to say, we need to say also that this is simply not acceptable. We need to ban this and that. I'm not saying that we should ban meat, at least not tomorrow. But we need to keep that option also to work through legislation and by regulatory means and so on. Thank you.
I think we unfortunately need to wrap this up because we're out of time. So I just want to say thank you so much to all of you guys. This has been a really interesting and wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we have 5 minutes before the next session comes on. Oh, 25 minutes. Okay, sorry, that's 25 minutes. Yeah.
and the dialogue that's been set up by the local Chamber of Commerce. I'm really excited to be invited to work alongside and to bring the different actors that we're working with to this event and to be able to help facilitate dialogue, to catalyze investment, green investment in this part of the world, particularly as it relates to the agriculture sector.
What do we have here at the booth?
Yes. So here you see one of our programs, which is called Green Invest Asia, which is looking to really shift supply chains in this part of the world towards sustainable agricultural and land use practices. So we recognize that the green investment in this part of the world, the demand far outstrips what public sector actors, such as the U.S. government, can do. And we really need to find and work alongside private sector to be able to meet this need. And so we've been really fortunate to identify companies that are thinking long term about how they can secure their supply chain for the future, but also in a way that protects and heals the planet.
Coming from USA, Angela, what do you think is the key success factor to make sustainability mainstream?
Well, I think as we're hearing today from many of the speakers, sustainability is not in conflict with profit. Sustainable practices and profitable practices go together, and smart businesses have identified that and are using that and harnessing that for their capabilities. So that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ Thank you ครับ USA ครับ Okay, now we move to hello. Hello. สวัสดีครับ Oh, Tetra Pak.
Tetra Pak, yeah.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about your presentation here today.
So Tetra Pak is all about protect what's good. We are about packing and protecting food. So the thing that we are doing very well is that if you have a product in one place, like milk, and you want to sell it in a place where you have people, cities, you have to bring it in. And we pack it in the most efficient and sustainable way to bring, even without refrigeration. So you don't need to refrigerate in the fridge. You can bring it close to the source, cows are, and you bring it into cities.
So what's sustainability, what's the role of sustainability in your business?
I dare to say that sustainability is part of our DNA. We have always, our founder said that the package should save more than its cost. Of course that's financial, but it is as well what it is for the environment. Because mind you, a lot of the food, it is estimated to be 1/3 is wasted. And it's wasted because you don't pack it right, not because consumers have to big packs or for many reasons. So we in a very efficient way can take all the products and bring it to where it needs to be. So no waste. And then the other thing was important, cartons are renewable. 70% of the carton package is paper. And the paper we use is coming for forests that are very well managed. So it's not forests if you take it out and then leave it open. It's like growing rice. You have a tree, you grow it, and it's carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Then you harvest the tree, put a new tree in, and off you go again. And this type of wood is used to make the paper. So we are renewable, we avoid waste, and we make food safe, available, right as needed.
Thank you so much. Where to next? Hi Karen. Okay, so we're here at the Oriole. So how does it feel to be part of this event? Sustainability for business.
This is very important for us for the community about our sustainability program because at L'Oreal we have been doing this for years already, and we just announced the latest commitment over 2030. So some of the targets that I like to share here, for example, in the next 10 years, 100% of
of our plastic packaging will come from recycled plastic. And that's one of the examples that consumers can learn about. And for example, some of the products here are already 100% biodegradable. So it's really for the planet. And not only there are also targets like oversize, like manufacturing size, offices, we carbon neutral, and this one's going to be by 2035.
What are the motivations or the incentives for L'Oreal to take part in all these initiatives?
Okay, for L'Oreal, we are number one beauty company, right? So we have to take responsibility to take lead and inspire the industry. So if not L'Oreal, who else? So I think that's the kind of thing that we have to be part of to drive sustainability for the beauty industry.
What's the reaction from your customers and your clients when they see these initiatives?
This, I must say that it is still new to them because previously we work on our own operations to transform all the team, the mindset to really achieve the previous goal. And this one, we will start communicating later more because in the next few years, consumers will be able to get an access and see the environmental impact of one product, so they can really make their decision if they want to choose a more sustainable product or not. Because this year, if you go to the supermarket, you can see labeling, right? Choose for your food and your consumption for food. But later on, for beauty, for our brands, you will be able to get that calculation as well.
I'm sure. Let's talk about
Nothing serious.
Okay, venturing your turnkey factory. So what's the concept of sustainability being applied at the factory?
What's the concept of sustainability?
Yeah.
We are what we call EPC company. EPC stands for engineering, P for procurement, C for construction. We design projects from the greenfield through the architectural process and engineering, and we try to achieve the turnkey factory. As much as we can, we try to provide solutions, the renewable energy, the insulations, visual insulations, building double glaze, extra insulation, double walls, preserve the inside, a bunch of different solutions to make the building sustainable, more sustainable.
Is it cost effective? Yeah. On the investment, why should you consider
an extra cost for investment. It's not obvious to always be able to convince the customer to go for this solution. So at the end of the day, on day one, they will all go for sustainable solution. We want solar panels, we want fresh air treatment, we want special insulation, we want double glaze, but when it comes to cost, this is sometimes where they will cut the cost. We have to explain them what will be the return on investment. They will spend more bank, but we have to make scenarios like over 5 years and explain them that over 5 years, 4 years, 6 years, if we pay out, because the consumption will be less. The system will be improved.
Thank you so much. With you? Yeah. Okay. You want to come forward or should I?
Maybe here?
Okay, sure. Let's start with introducing yourself.
Right.
Yeah, you are?
Hi, I'm James. I'm the Managing Director of SOS of Sustenance Thailand.
Yeah, so James, what is SOS?
So SOS is a food rescue foundation. So we rescue food surplus from different hotels, retail industries like supermarkets, 24/7 convenience stores. So we collect them from restaurants restaurants as well. So that's what we do, and then we bring those surplus to vulnerable communities in Bangkok and Bangkok.
Okay, so what are the challenges? Because I spoke to a couple of hotels and they were really concerned about the safety and you know, if they would be filed the lawsuit against if something happens to the consumers, right? So how do you deal with these issues?
So we acknowledge those risks, and that's why we have an in-house foods safety specialist. So we really carefully select the food that we bring to the communities, and we want to make sure we protect the brand of our partners as well.
Yes.
So it's all about protecting their brands, our brand, and the community as well. So we do a food donor training with our partners. We want to make sure that they really understand what surplus food that can be donated to us, and what can we take and what can we bring to the communities. So we put that system in place so that we can ensure that we protect everyone.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this?
4 years now.
How has the outcome been?
It's been great. You know, the COVID has challenged us deeply when it hit Thailand. So all of our partners in the hotel industry has stopped. So we have to really find ways on how to evolve and adapt to the situation. Luckily, the retail industry has been very supportive. They have expanded their operations. All of the big names in the retail industry is now supporting us. They really want to eliminate food waste, and they really want to support by giving us more food surplus so we can offer it to more communities.
How would you motivate other businesses or maybe other people in the industry to actually really consider going green or care about sustainability?
Right, you know, it's all about the circular economy. We want to make sure that people have access to food because billions of food are being produced. But at the end of the day, there are billions of people who are hungry by the end of the day. So we really want to encourage all of these companies to really be part of this mission to eliminate the food waste and be part of, you know, donate the food to us. You know, it can be a financial donation or food donation in order to sustain this operation. Because running this operation is not cheap. You know? We have 7 trucks that runs in those cities 7 days a week. So there's fuel costs, there's driver's costs, everything. So we really want to encourage our partners and different companies around the world to help us sustain this operation. So there are more people who are needing some food at this time.
Thank you so much, James.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ Okay, we follow. Where next? Here.
We're here.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, and this is?
This is SkyPoint. SkyPoint
SkyPoint, yeah. Oh,
we
okay.
have we have a system that uses tap water and air and turns that into a very strong cleaning and sanitizing
How
liquid.
is that possible?
It's I almost said it was magic, but then I learned a lot more about it. And what happens is we connect this to tap water, and when we switch the machine on, it sucks up air, passes it over ozone generators, and injects it into the water. The resulting liquid is stronger than most of the commercial cleaning and sanitizing liquids, but it's harmless to humans. It kills bacteria, spores, molds, and viruses. But after it's done its work, it turns back into water and air. So in terms of sustainability, there's nothing that can beat it. We want to actually replace all of these horrible chemical contaminants and replace those with our machine. Because sustainability-wise, if all these chemicals don't go into the environment anymore, it's just so much better for everyone.
What are the challenges of convincing people not to use, what they're used to?
It's a new technology, so it comes down to showing it, doing a lot of demonstrations, and the most common comment that we get once we do a demonstration is, it's a no-brainer, and it's a game changer. It's going to change the whole industry. It's like the horse and carriage versus the car. But we're under Tesla then.
All right.
Electric.
Has it been already exposed to Thai audience?
Yes, we've already sold for several companies. One of the seafood companies is already using this to clean the seafood when it comes in and before it goes out. They've had a 90% reduction in wastage and returns. Hotels are using it as well to clean and to sanitize spaces. Restaurants, we're hoping to go into schools and hospitals to just have a much higher level of cleaning and save them a lot of money because operationally our system is about 200 times cheaper to use than chemicals.
Wow. Do we have a little demonstration?
Yes, a second, I'll just switch it on. Let me.
So that's just the water?
This is just water, correct. So we switch it on.
Yeah.
And then now we're making aqueous ozone immediately.
Yeah.
And I'll switch it off now.
Yeah.
So this liquid is stronger than anything commercially
That's done already?
It's done already.
Okay.
If you smell it, it smells like there's after a thunderstorm.
Yeah, very non-chemical kind of smell.
Correct. So this, exactly. This can clean windows, mirrors, bathrooms, floors, even carpets. And it's used in dentistry to clean the mouth during operations. It's used in to clean food in kitchens, and also commercial food production areas. There's no need for chlorine anymore because most of the food is washed in chlorine, and that's not necessary anymore. We can use this, which is super sustainable and very healthy. Because one of the things that I normally do is
you drink it. It's drinkable.
Is that safe?
All right.
I don't recommend using this, doing that a lot because it kills good and bad bacteria. But for demonstration purposes, to show how safe it is, also for staff, this is the future.
All right. Well, wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
for your
you
time.
so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank
Okay, this one, yeah? Yes, and now we are working with the commercial, the owner of the commercial solar to store that in solar power. Because it's a South Yes, this one
This is yours? Fantastic. But comparing to the traditional building, which one is more efficient?
Yes, I think this is a easy to dry and also inspired.
Yeah. No noise pollution, no air pollution. Okay. Fantastic. Only motorcycle or you also have other vehicles as well?
I have the
Hi. Hello. Tell us a bit about Symbiote.
Sure. Symbiote is a company that has its heart the mission to help our clients to decarbonize their operations and have a more sustainable operations. Our main business, as you can see, is is delivering solar power plants that we operate, we invest into, and we operate on the rooftop mainly of our clients. Our clients tend to be large industrial customers, like Michelin, like Dole, Italian, SIG, and what we want to achieve is that we help them achieve their sustainability goals, while at the same time focusing on their business and delivering their business goals.
This has been around for a while, the concept of solar energy, but is it already a mainstream in Thailand and in the region, or you still have a long way to go to convince people to switch to clean energy?
Actually, today, really not anymore. It is a mainstream energy resource. For example, first of all, many people still look at it as a new technology. Actually, the modern solar cell was invented in the 1950s, and older than me, certainly, as a good as I would imagine. And secondly, that last year, solar power actually was the largest power generation resource by generation deployed worldwide, and the cheapest. So today, really, there's no reason anymore. If you are a building owner, factory owner in Thailand, and you don't have solar on your roof, you are losing money every day, and your emissions are higher than they should.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Wish you all the best. Favorite flags Asia.
Sawadee Krab.
So what is favorite flags Asia?
Well, first of all, let me thank you, the organizers, for allowing us to be here. We are very happy. We're very happy to be here. Faber Flags is a company that has been in the printing business for over 85 years. And since 10 years, also in Thailand. The main products that we produce is called soft signage, mean anything printed on fabric that is used for branding, for advertising. The reason why we are here is that since a couple of years, we also have these materials in recycled version. So anything that you can see here on the table, these flags, these light bulbs, these table bags, everything is recycled, made from PET bottles. So what PET bottles? So all of these items here, in the previous life, they were plastic bottles. So we are having this available in Thailand. It's not widely known. In Europe, people are asking for this kind of products. Here in this part of the world, people are not asking for it. We are pushing it into the market. And in general, these recycled versions of polyester fabrics are a bit more expensive than what we call virgin polyester products. But as a company, the effort that we make is we operate at the same prices as the virgin polyester products. So any company interested in making their
economy of scale, you need a large amount of orders.
And any company that is interested to make their marketing activities a bit more sustainable, we can help you with that.
How would you convince them to switch to a more greener product?
Thank you very much.
What's your sales pitch? And how would you convince them?
Well, it's one of the items that we focus on is oceans and ocean pollution. So many of the bottles that we use and plastic bags, they end up in the oceans. Now, when we recycle bottles and use the fabric to make flags, then for every square meter of flag that we produce, 1.5 bottles are recycled. So for any flag that you order, it's at least 5 bottles less in the ocean.
To be efficient to our nutrition as well. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
And wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay, where next?
Hello, Sawadee Krab. Hi. Hi. Yes.
Is okay for you?
Yes. My name is Sean.
Sean.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm from Central Solution.
Yes. Hi, what do we have to offer today?
Okay, basically what we are doing is that we have several solutions. Because our company is focusing on zero waste and more in circular economy equation. So we help our customers solving waste problem. Okay, so what you see here, this is the first one that we are having. So this is the logo that we have. So this is, as you can see from here, so we are looking at same 10, 98% less. So how? let me ask you a question. So, wait. Do you know when you open your faucet at home, how many liters of water that you run on the faucet per minute? Per minute?
1 or 2 liters?
No. At least 9 liters.
Seriously?
Okay.
1 minute, yeah.
Yep. So this is the logo that we have. Let's see. I have a container here, 1 liter. Okay. So I turn it on. If you can wash your hand with this, why do you have to waste this much?
Exactly, yeah.
So this is one of the sustainable solutions that we provide to our customers. Okay. So you can see, okay, this is very different. So you see the difference.
Okay.
So we are talking about at least 25% water saving.
Okay, that's one solution.
Yes, this on water, for water cleaning.
Yeah.
And this is what we have. This will be very interesting because we have a composting machine that will turn the food waste within 24 hours into soil.
Oh.
Yep.
And then you can also use the soil.
You can exactly use for organic fertilizer. Yes, this from food waste after 24 hours.
You have a machine?
Yes, we have a machine.
And this for household or factory?
For now, we are looking at commercial because the minimum size that we have is 60 liters. Okay, but eventually we will have 5 liters. 5 liters per household. Please. Okay, because I think eventually, from our perspective, I think that food waste composting machine will be like EV.
So that's the vision. Make it happen.
Yep. Okay, so
for it.
Second, and then third one that we have
is
so this is the product.
Eat the grease.
So we have been doing this product for the past 8 years in the market. Okay. This is the one that we help a lot of kitchens solving the grease problem. Your grease trap problem, your pipe clogging, your cockroaches problem, smell problem. So it's non-chemical, it's completely biological. So we kind of compost that site. So we decompose the waste in your waste pipe into water and gas within 2 days.
Okay. So when it's released from your household, it's already environmentally friendly.
Yes, we help expedite the treatment process.
I see. Eat the grease. Like the name.
Thank you.
Sounds delicious.
Yes, you should try.
No.
Our product is safe, don't worry. Because we have a certification on the safety.
All right.
So it's safe.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we have about 30 minutes to have a conversation. We will talk a bit about some of the incentives and drivers, reflective in trends around consumers, climate change, maybe some other things that they don't know about yet. I'll let them each have about 5 minutes to start, just to give you a little bit of their work in their words. And then we'll have about 10 minutes or so between us just to bounce back a few questions and ideas. And then I definitely want to open it up to you here in the room and those of you online to ask them some questions. This is a great opportunity to dig a little deeper and ask these two very approachable guys what they're doing and why. Okay? So I'm going to turn it over to Wouter to start. You can, oh, that's me. There you are. And click one more. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to all. Thanks for the nice picture, by the way. It was pre-COVID picture, long time ago. So for those who are not aware of the Nescafé plan, the Nescafé plan was launched in 2010 to accelerate and increase the scope of activities we were doing already in many origins. First coffee agri-service department was actually opened in the Philippines in the 1960s, and then we had Thailand, for example, in the 80s. And it's a global coffee sustainability program. It's one of the largest one in terms of responsible sourcing volume, in terms of plantlet distribution, and farmers' reach. You have several pillars which are actually contributing. We have plant science linked with breeding, looking at drought tolerance material, rust tolerance material. We have plant propagation and distribution, and we have agricultural environmental research, looking at regenerative agriculture, compliance. Then we have also then the climate changes coming in and carbon mitigation. Then we have training, and it's not only training, I think it's going beyond training. It's about coaching and technical assistance, ensuring adoption. Also there, looking at crop diversification, regenerative agriculture, farm economics is very important. And then we have community programs, empowerment of co-ops, organizations, gender and youth empowerment, and then water and biodiversity. If you look at our whole supply chain, value chain, we have about 1 million farmers partners globally. As part of, if you look at our sourcing, we are sourcing through channels. One is through trade partners, and another channel is called direct procurement or Farmer Connect, and in which we have this scheme we have in countries where we also have a local manufacturing. For example, like in Thailand, we have local-to-local supply, and we have a much more closer linkage and supply chain with the farmers directly. Then we will be reaching about, through trainings, about 100,000 farmers through this supply chain, this Farmer Connect supply chain. We are distributing plantlets globally. In these 10 years, we have distributed 230 million improved plantlets. These plantlets are, and that's very important, it's for renovation. It is not for increasing area, but it's for renovation of old material. In many countries, there is actually a lack of quality material to replace the old material which they have. And in some countries, for example, India, where you have still coffee trees which are 100 years old and still producing, but there is also an age on that one. So I think providing access to new material is key also for ensuring supply on the longer term. This year we will reach 70% of responsible sourcing, working towards 100% the coming years. We know that the last 10% will be the most difficult ones to close the gap, but that's the ambition. And then we have a lot of partnerships with other organizations and trade partners on initiatives in the supply chain. And our initiatives are also, we have M&E campaigns through third party, which is Rainforest Alliance, which is having annual campaigns in our origins to see and check if our work has impact and is efficient.
All right, next slide, please. Okay. So all the colors have changed. So I'm with Harmless Harvest. Harmless Harvest is the leader of the premium coconut water in the US. We sell exclusively in America. The Nam Hom coconut, so the fragrant coconut that you can find west from Bangkok, mostly here in Thailand. The company was founded 10 years ago, and 7 years ago we started our own factory here. And since you mentioned I was in San Francisco before, I came here to build up the sourcing and the sustainable sourcing with the farmers here. We are a very different scale. We have today 400 farmers in our program, and we've been organic since the beginning. And in 2014, we started working on fair trade. And since a few days ago, we passed 20,000 beneficiaries of our fair trade program, which is every time we buy coconuts, we put some money in a fund that's used for community reach out, and we focus mostly on healthcare and education. So this was all embedded since the beginning in our DNA. The company always had that vision to do something good for the planet, good for people, as well as a very good and tasty product, and trying to bring all this together. Because of the scale, we are learning to do a little more every time and transitioning from just being organic to being organic and fair trade to look very, very closely at our carbon emission and regenerative organic. All right, just to talk a little bit about regeneration and regenerative farming. The topic today is food of the future, and when we look at our supply chain, we are increasingly suffering, and our farmers are increasingly suffering from global warming. We're seeing since November 2018, Thailand has been in the heaviest drought in 40 years. We are lacking water badly, and this is a global phenomenon. But when we look at our own supply chain at our farm, the traditional farming model for coconut in Thailand, for that Nam Hom, it's monocrop, it's high density, and there is no soil cover. So the results of all that is we are witnessing a very heavy soil erosion. And for a farmer, his first asset is topsoil, right? This is where he can grow his food. And we're seeing, because of that canal distribution, you have water everywhere in the farm. If they don't have any soil cover, every time you have heavy rain, the soil goes to the canal. When they have too much water, they pump it out to the public canal, and it ends up in the sea, and that's where we find all the sediment. The other thing is that you have little rain, but you can still harvest it. If your soil is very good quality soil, the water is going to come inside, go inside, penetrate it, and you're going to retain it. So when you have bad years, heavy drought, the plant can still grow and thrive. What's happening is that right now the soil is compacted. They've lost a lot of their top sediment, and so they can't even retain it. So they have to water it. They have additional costs also coming from that. And we're seeing higher level of pest and disease. We're seeing lower yield. Last year we saw a drop of 30% in farm yield, which is very significant. The coconuts are also smaller. Much smaller coconut than we used to have before. When you sell coconuts, not necessarily a problem, but we're selling coconut water, so we buy what's inside. So when the coconut is very small, that's also a big challenge. And the last challenge that it brings is planification. We have a factory, we have hundreds of workers, but the seasonal patterns are disrupted. This year, the low season started 2 months before, a month and a half, before the usual pattern. But another year it can be coming later. So you don't have your staff, or your packaging is not ready. You need to hire people in a rush. Like all these things come as a real challenge for a company our size or our bigger size. Next, please. So this is a global phenomenon, and for those of you who have been researching on that, we've lost in the last 40 years a third of our agricultural farmland around the world. And it's not over. We keep losing the equivalent of the size of England in topsoil every year. And at this pace, in 60 years, we're going to run out of harvest. We have 60 seasons left to harvest product according to the UN. So that's a very significant issue that we need to address. If we talk about food of the future, it's not necessarily how we're going to grow it. It's first starting to look at the root cause and how we can fix that on the base. And on the other side, you have our consumers. Our consumers are demanding, and I heard the previous panel was mentioning that a lot. The consumers are demanding that change, and Gen Z and millennials are ready to pay more, to pay at least 10% more to acquire sustainable goods. The growth, half of the growth over the last 5 years in CPG in the US was coming from sustainable products, and this is a global phenomenon. So this is overwhelming. When I look at climate change as an individual, I feel I can't do anything, and it's too late, and we're somehow doomed, and all the communication has been very somehow demotivating or negative. And go to the next one, please. That's where regenerative agriculture comes as a real game changer. Some people have been working on that for decades, but it's becoming more and more mainstream since 2-3 years ago. And the whole purpose of that is to say, with that erosion, the soil has emitted carbon at a much faster rate than our industrial activities. If we are able to rebuild that topsoil through human intervention, we can fix carbon back into the soil at a very fast pace. And it's estimated that by the end of our lifetime, we can have reverted climate change. If we are able to work very closely with our farmers to bring compost, plant cover crops, bring biodiversity back into our farms, reduce monocropping to have diverse crop in our farms, we will be able to cool down the planet and stop that pace, that trend that we have that's leading us to 4 degrees at least increase by the end of the century. So it's still time to change that. So our vision is to really focus now on those two things, because if we keep doing organic is great for food quality because you don't put chemical in your food. But it doesn't mean your farm is healthy, and it doesn't mean your plant is healthy. You can grow organic food on a very depleted soil with low nutrients. And so that's why we're looking very deeply now at engaging our farmers on that transition to regenerative organic. And we have planned to do that by 2025. And the last part is carbon emission. So we've been working with USAID and Christie on doing our first assessment, which is a big step for a company our size, to look at what's the status today, where are our hotspots, what's the situation of our farms, how can we improve that, and we have the goal to be positive by 2025.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay. So I want to turn a little bit to Wooter. I mean, you guys, one thing I think is very interesting is we have a very large company and a smaller company, but you have a similar model in the sense of relying on smallholders, and smallholders are such an important part of your supply chain. Matthew mentioned a couple of things that are challenging him in Harmless Harvest in relation to working with their smallholders and their supply chain, around farmer education, climate change, kind of getting some of these strategies into place. Could you talk a little bit from your perspective at Nestle about some of the challenges and kind of how you're working with smallholders to execute your sustainable strategy vision for Nescafé?
So worldwide, most of the coffee is actually produced by smallholdings, except for Brazil, where we have some large estates, but otherwise it's really working with smallholders. Smallholdings that mean less than 3 hectares. In some origins, in Africa, for example, we are not speaking about hectare, we're speaking about number of coffee trees. So it's very challenging, and you have to work with really many farmers. On top of that, we have an aging farming community, which is make also much more complex, as young generation is not willing anymore to take over the farm or to invest in the farm. Another challenge what we actually see is there is a lot of training. We provide a lot of training, a lot of other companies are providing training, but it's about convincing the farmers also to adopt this new technology, adopt these new practices. And I heard also the previous session, it's about having a business case for these farmers. It's about convincing the farmers by doing these new practices that you will be able to increase productivity, that you will also improve farm economics, being more resilient, yeah, so I think that's really important, but it's not easy, and I'm sure I have the same experiences.
And then just to follow up on that a little bit, because again, it is important about the profitability and the financial incentives, and I think you both, if I may say this, are looking at strategies like intercropping and thinking about ways in which that can be integrated into your supply chain or into their farmer landscapes to help kind of push that along, but that there's also some climate benefits to that. So I'm going to stay with you just for another minute, Wouter, and because Matthew talked a little bit about the impact and the importance around climate change and carbon emissions and kind of trying to figure that out. Where is Nestle on kind of that thinking around that kind of aspect of a criteria in thinking about your models going forward, kind of understanding the carbon footprint of your farmers and how that will impact your decisions around sourcing strategies and kind of inputs and expectations with your farmers?
So climate will have a huge impact on the supply chain. Millions of farmers will be affected. And we can already see it today, where we see that Robusta is growing more in altitude, Arabica is pushing even further. So it will have a big impact. So we're focusing a lot now on regenerative agriculture, going back to this agroforestry models or intercropping models, which actually in many countries you have it by default, but it's not really planned and organized. So also there a lot of efforts is needed. Actually, before the 1970s, a lot of research was done on intercropping. That was the way of agriculture. After 1970s, it was all on specialization, and very little research was done anymore on the agroforestry intercropping models. Also there we are working with partners. We are trying to have standardized models in place. We are exploring to have the Cool Farm tool, for example, for perennial crop, so that we can have the data available, because there is a lot of data available, but also there I see there's a lot of data that is not very accurate, contradicting each other. So we still need to learn a lot. Okay. At farmer level, I think farmers start to see the benefits of going back to this intercropping agroforestry models. We diversifying income, we spreading the risks also, but it's also looking at myself, for example, is a change of mindset. We are coffee agronomists. We have been always focusing on coffee, and now it's about saying to the agronomist who's working in the field of the farmer, please do not look at the coffee, but look at the farm, and try to work with the farmer on the whole farm. And is that coffee and coconut, or coffee and cacao, or coffee and pepper? Well, you need to make sure that you know also how to manage these other crops and to organize the farm.
Thanks. Any of that resonating with you, Matthew?
Oh, everything he's been saying is resonating. We have exactly the same challenging, and I'm not going to go back on the challenge for the farmers, but we have to demonstrate an economic model with intercropping and diversification that's going to work for the farmers. And yeah, there's definitely a lack of research on how to do that. But the main challenge, I think this will be the easy part. I think the real challenge will be the supply chain around that. So if you go to Ratchaburi today to get coconuts, you have thousands of people working in that industry, from the harvesters to the truck drivers to the collection centers to the transporters to the manufacturing piece. Everybody's working and organized around that. If tomorrow we tell them, okay, you're going to do coffee and coconut and all this, we will need to partner. There is no company that can tell them, you're going to do that, and I buy everything. So we're going to have to find ways to identify companies that can complement our demand, so that we can offer outlets to the farmers and literally generate value for them. It's better from all aspects for the farmers. It's better for the planet. They will be more resilient. They will have different streams of revenue. When coconut market price goes down, something else is going to go up, etc. But how do tomorrow, if I tell them to plant coffee and guava and papaya, who's going to buy it? And like identifying those people is going to be the main challenge. It requires a major change in the way agri-food companies are approaching the business, and I don't think anyone has a solve on that yet.
Okay. I have a lot more questions, but I'm also cognizant of time, and we have quite a full house here, and I want to give people a chance in the audience or online who might have any questions for Matthew or Wouter. Great, right up here in the front. Can you just also introduce yourself when you...
So I'm John Louis. I'm in the chocolate business. Been in Thailand for 27 years. Chocolate and cocoa. And yeah, I hear the problems you're facing, and they're very similar to what I'm facing. So 15 years ago, I tried to start cocoa business here in Thailand, and I actually modeled it on some of Nestle's success stories here with contract farming, and it failed because it was a monopoly. of cocoa in that time. This company, since that time, has been taken over by a multinational who decided to close the factory in Thailand, and all the farmers are left there with cocoa, which they don't know what to do, so they started cutting trees. Now there's a fashion in Thailand about chocolate, and you see a lot of bean to bar happening and a lot of cocoa trees coming. And I was just last month talking to Kasitsa University with some officers of the different horticultural centers and warning them that you're going to have a major economical crash in the cocoa business in Thailand, because people believe that they can sell cocoa at unrealistically high prices, whereas the local market, and that's actually the subject that I want to ask you, the real international market is quite soft on cocoa right now. It's about, I don't know, 70 baht a kilo, I think, plus minus 5 baht. And here they're trying to sell 300 to 500 baht a kilo because people are selling to them the dream that, yeah, you can make so much money per hectare with cocoa, and it's not going to happen. And so the farmers are being actually convinced to plant cocoa, but the government is not creating any infrastructure. So nobody's going to buy this cocoa. And they're planting, I don't know, 300,000 trees, I think this year alone, and who's going to buy them? So what I see also is, I was in Sakao to talk to some farmers, and I realized that they've been sold dreams by middlemen and by some corporations who are trying. But when it comes down to the market price, to actually buying back the cocoa from them, it's not going to happen. And if it happens at 70 baht a kilo, is it sustainable? And that's a problem, because when you buy cocoa at 70 baht a kilo for dried fermented beans, or coffee, I don't know the price of coffee, I'm sorry. But when you see a tablet of chocolate on the supermarket shelf, or in a gourmet chocolate, I do gourmet chocolate, the margins are so high. So there needs to be a rebalancing, because what we see in cocoa is that actually the farmers don't want to plant anymore. Worldwide, we are seeing some threats for cocoa because the farmers are getting older. The young generation don't want to work so hard for so little money because they've seen their parents basically go straight into a war, bankruptcy, very often losing their land title deeds to middlemen, and that's not sustainable. So I think if we don't fix that first, then yeah, we can talk about regenerating, regenerative agriculture and everything, but the farmers are just not going to do it. So I'd like to know what's the approach on a big company, for example, for Nestle. How do you deal with that? Because I feel that's a much more imminent threat than 2050. I see that in the next 10 years that we will have real problem sourcing quality agriculture and sustainable agriculture because the farmers just don't make enough money anymore.
So I guess the question is, the impact of market dynamics on your ability to execute your sourcing goals. Kind of how do you adjust for that, or how are you thinking about that for your specific commodities, knowing that you're not?
Well, coffee situation is a little bit different in Thailand. First of all, I agree with you that the Thai commodity prices are completely disconnected with the world market prices. In coffee, you have the same. Okay, but in Thailand, the government has set minimum prices for coffee. It's a fixed guaranteed price, so it's actually a very secure investment for a farmer. He knows what he will get minimum of what, depending on what he produces. On the other hand, there's a shortage of coffee in Thailand. Probably in cacao is different. I don't know the situation, but in Thailand there's not enough coffee. It's a high competition to get the coffee, and also there is a system of quota, where so you have to buy locally, and then you get an import quota to cover the balance. So if I look at the business model, it's a very secure model for the farmers, which is unique in the world. I mean, it's really for Thai. The reality also is that we have another crop in the south, which is even much more profitable than coffee, and that is durian. And I was thinking that durian prices would go down with the COVID situation, as most of the durian is actually going to China. But this is not the case. And the durian prices remain very high, and this is a very, farmers are really investing and planting a lot of durian, which I see in the long term as a risk, as coffee is a global commodity. Coffee consumption is increasing year by year. Coffee production is not increasing year by year. We don't know when, but there will be a deficit, if you look at that for the moment, that is coming. Meanwhile, durian is it's a Chinese market. And if the Chinese market is going down, it will have a huge impact. And we see it planting all over the region. So we have some challenges there, yes. On the other hand, we can see that, for example, if you have a good business case, coming back to looking at the coffee side, if you have a good business case, if you are able to have the farmers, if you have good planting material, you diversify with other crops which have a market, you are able to have a good productivity, farmers are adopting, then you can have coffee is a good investment. We see that in Vietnam, where farmers are producing up to 5 tons per hectare, even to 6 tons per hectare, and yeah, it's a different agriculture. Yeah.
Matthew, do you have anything to add? Just
we're seeing the same thing on coconut. Not the risk of price collapsing, but we have that. Very heavy Chinese demand that's pushing people to plant more and more quantities. What's happening is that you have it's not balancing when it happens. So suddenly people will plant massively because prices are high, and then they have high cost of entry because the plantlets or the seedlings are going to cost a lot. And then 3 years later, the price goes down because there are too many coconuts on the market. But they are overall successful because the trend of the market is going up at a very steady pace. So they are not suffering so much about that.
Do we have time for another question at least? Yeah. So is there another question? Yeah. And if I just try and keep it as a question and okay. So kind of what are the differences between working, I mean, I think this is particularly maybe relevant for you, maybe, working in the region, what models are replicable across countries?
Well, if you look at coffee, then we can see that Vietnam, also China, coffee growing is a business. It's the cash crop. If it would be not profitable, they would grow another crop. Okay, it's an investment they do. It has to be profitable, and they grow it as really manage it as a business. In many Southeast Asia countries and also in African origins, a lot of agriculture is more an extensive way. We have in some origins, coffee growing is done organic by default, very low inputs, very low management. For example, we have Myanmar, where we have coffee production with productivity levels around 100 kg per hectare. Then it's getting very difficult, but of course the inputs are very low. So there's a lot of opportunity to optimize land usage, to have more organized systems in place. But the challenges, which I have mentioned, is the young generation is not interested anymore. We are with a generation that is 50 years above average in coffee farming. If there's no succession, they're also not willing to invest. Often you get a reply, yes, but my parents did it like this, why should I change? So yeah, there are a lot of challenges there, but if you are able to have the relationship, if you're able to convince them to change, we can have a huge impact on the livelihoods and communities.
So I think our time is about up, but I hear a lot about challenges in the room, and I'm an optimist. And so I kind of just very quick, kind of your last thought on, yes, you're faced with these challenges, but you're on this journey for a reason. So what are you optimistic about? What do you see as like why you're doing this and what drives you to keep going?
Cooling down the planet. That's pretty clear. My son is 1 year old. I want to leave a better planet that I found after me, and everything was pretty depressing reading the news and everything about what's happening in farming and for the planet, and having something that we can all take care of. Everyone in the room may not be involved in agriculture, but we're all consumers. We vote every time we buy a product, and this is we can all be activists to engage that transformation. So that's what keeps me extremely motivated, and why we put that at the core of our work here in Thailand.
Well, similar improving livelihoods. I worked 10 years in China with coffee communities directly. I saw what we could offer and what change we could provide in the communities, getting farmers out of poverty. I think agriculture will continue to play an important role. It will be even more important now with the climate change and the carbon. Maybe also people from the cities will start also to appreciate what growers are doing every day, because maybe to highlight, I know everybody sees the nice coffee which was prepared, and this was prepared in 5-10 minutes, but nobody is actually seeing what all the work has been done behind that to get your nice coffee cup on the table. And this is not 5-10 minutes. This is it's generations, or it's years actually, also to get this kind of cup of coffee. So the barista is nice to see, and he's giving a nice show, but the real work, I can tell you, is done behind that.
Great. Well, thank you both very much. Thank you all for joining us. A round of applause.
Please.
Okay. Hey, everyone. So I'd like to first introduce myself, and maybe Juliet can introduce herself afterwards. So I'm from Thai Union. We are a global seafood leader company based here in Bangkok, but we have presence worldwide. About 44,000 workers, employees worldwide. I'm Director of Sustainability for Asia and also Human Rights Manager of Thai Union.
Thank you. So I'm Juliette Alemani. I work at the company Ferragoa Asia. We're a consultancy company, and we're also some technology providers. We work in the food supply chains, specifically with producers. We help them to achieve higher standards for social and environmental areas.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we partner on this in the area of aquaculture, shrimp farms. But before we look into what we do together, I want to provide quick kind of explanation about what Thai Union does for sustainability, and how we apply technologies for sustainability in the past. Okay, so Thai Union has introduced sustainability strategy back in around the end of 2015-16, and we call it Sea Change, Changing Seafood for Good. So we want to be industry leaders in terms of making sure that our operation and supply chains are sustainable, but also to transform and make sure that the global seafood industry also move in better directions. So the overarching objective of Sea Change, there are threefold. So one is about the sea, because clearly if the oceans are not sustainable, there's not going to be seafood business. So that's clear. Secondly, on human and labor rights, the workers that we employ for our factories and also those who work in our supply chain have to be safely and legally employed and empowered. So things like forced labor and child labor have no places in our factories and supply chain. Thirdly, kind of overall big picture, because we have food business, so we have crucial roles in terms of provide healthy diets to populations. And I think the last session mentioned a little bit about climate change. So that clearly has an impact on ocean as well. So the ocean becomes more acidic, becomes warmer, etc. And that could affect fish populations and biodiversities. And based on those objectives, we have 4 pillars on that. So safe and legal labor, responsible sourcing, so issues around IUU fishery, responsible aquaculture fits right into that. And third one, it's about minimizing environmental impact from our own factories. Things like reducing greenhouse gas, reducing use of water, responsible packaging. And lastly, people and communities, that's a traditional CSR where we support our workers who live in the same communities or people surrounding our factories and where we source. And based on those, we got the Dow Jones Sustainability Index ranking first for 2 years in a row in 2018 and 19 for food categories. And on the right, also there's a Seafood Stewardship Index that looks into how different global seafood companies around the world contribute to the SDGs. So that was launched last year, and we came up on number 1 on that benchmark exercise. Now talking about responsible sourcing, if you don't look at the aquaculture, if you look at the wild caught, our tuna, right? People demand sustainable source of seafood, but as you know, sometimes those sustainable source of seafood needs time. The fishery needs time and need technical expertise to develop themselves to the standards. So in the case of ocean, we use the Marine Stewardship Council standards. And we don't, as the processors, we don't own fleets, we don't work directly with fisheries, but we support our suppliers to achieve those MSC standards through the fishery improvement projects, as you can see on the screen. Many tuna species in different oceans around the world, different fishing gear types, so we support them so that one day they can achieve MSC status. Now talking a little bit before transition to Juliet, talking about technologies. In the oceans, you have things like our pilot projects to apply technologies on fishing vessels. Picture on the left, someone installing some equipment there. That's a pilot project we did a few years ago, where we install satellite connectivity on some pilot Thai fishing vessels. As a result of that, people on board the fishing vessels, the crew, the captains, have access to worker voice. They can call their families, they can call NGOs if they need help, when they are in the sea. At the same time, we piloted digital traceability. So you have fishing, the boat captains who can enter information about their catch right on the boats. So that would enhance digital traceability. On the right, that's another project. As you can see from previous slide, we work around the world on fishery improvement projects, and one of the things we do is to help suppliers install what we call electronic monitoring tools. It's basically a special tools that you kind of install on the boat, and that so that's something like you have CCTV, and that's linked to the cargo hall, like the area where you store fish. So when there's fishing activity and you want to store the fish, so that kind of trigger the working of the CCTV. And then based on that, you can see the pictures of the catch going into the cargo. And people can analyze that and look at that, for example, to look at, what the fishermen's report as their catches versus what is captured in the CCTV. So we're looking to work with some university to apply maybe some artificial intelligence to help analyze those images from the CCTV. So that's, technologies to fight illegal, unregulated, unreported fisheries. Now, aquaculture is very important too. So we look, we have started recently working with Agora on using some technologies for standards for aquaculture ASC. So with that, I'll give the mic to Juliet.
Thank you, Kunpad. So I'll first give a short overview of what we're doing at Agora Asia. So we're a consultancy company, and when we began to work, the main goal was really to improve sustainability regarding the production of food and working closely with producers. What we noticed is that there are many challenges regarding achieving better standards in terms of environmental, social improvement. And one of the things we notice also is that when we go towards certification standards, many of the countries in Southeast Asia, many of the smallholder farmers face a lot of difficulties to understand the standards to meet the requirements. So we came up with this idea of trying to build a bridge between farmers who want to do better and these standards that can sometimes be very complicated. What we did is also to build technology, see how we could use applications to help farmers in achieving these goals. So how we build our projects, usually we first have to engage stakeholders. We never work alone. We always have to work with buyers, with farmers, with standard owners, and with NGO. Because what we want to do is really foster this whole energy of working all together to achieve the same goals. When we partner with standard owners, we adapt our technology. So we have a web application and a mobile application that fit the standards. And we have this really important goal to adapt the technology to farmers' needs as well. So for example, when we work with standards that don't have any translation in Thai and we work with Thai farmers, then we're going to translate the whole standard and adapt the questions so that farmers, depending on whether they're small-scale farms or big farms, can understand it. We train farmers, so this is a very important part also. Using technology just as a technology provider doesn't work most of the time. There's a whole part which is about going on the field, being with farmers, communicating, creating line group, being able to answer to their questions real time, not only just providing a tool and just then disappearing. And then as a last step, we analyze the data, we provide reports, we provide gap analysis, and we provide advice to help them. Always working with the private sector, the companies, because one of our key learning lesson is that in agriculture, in aquaculture, farmers will do effort if there's a benefit for them, which kind of makes sense. I think we're all the same. So I'm just going to give a short overview of the kind of projects we've been doing so far. So we've worked a lot in sugarcane industry. Some of our partners were Nestle, PepsiCo, and we worked a lot with the standard owner Bonsucro. So we have some project also funded by USAID, which is helping so much to fund the project and put all the partners together to work together. And we worked a lot on social aspects as well. So there we have been doing some trials using blockchain technology for working contracts, for example, ensuring that we reduce the risk of forced labor in the supply chain. And we worked a lot in aquaculture, in shrimp, in the shrimp industry. So we had some past project in Vietnam. In Vietnam, mostly working with small-scale farmers. And I'm coming now to this new project that we started recently with Thai Union in Thailand. So this is a project that is funded by ICO, and we're working with the standard owners ASC. So I'm not sure if everyone is aware about ASC. Maybe you've heard more of MSC for wild catch fisheries. So ASC is for the aquaculture part. So it's a standard that's going to ensure that the production is sustainable, that it's meeting the requirements in terms of social standards, environmental standards. So the objective of the project was first to adapt the platform, verificate platform. So we made sure to have the full ASC standard integrated in the platform. So it's kind of a checklist, which is easy to understand for the user, so they can assess where they are in terms of compliance with this standard. It's all translated in Thai, and they can also upload all their documents in the same platform. The second thing was to train farmers, of course, because when you use technology, you need to make sure that the users will be able to understand it fully. One of the key lessons there, I would say, is that technology can help as long as it doesn't bring extra work compared to what it would be without technology. And this is why we keep improving the platform all the time and really getting the feedback from farmers. And then the last step is to provide a gap analysis. So we're currently finalizing the analysis for one of the farm to help them to assess what they might need to adjust before getting the audit. So we had a field trip actually last month. It was like the first field trip. We visited 3 farms on 3 days and did a training. It was really interesting to see how committed they were. And if I compare with previous projects where we would work with farmers and there were no standard owner, no certification involved, I have to say that they were much more committed to do efforts, knowing that they were aiming at a certification at the end of the journey. It was really interesting also to see how Thai Union was really involved in supporting the farms. So clearly the farmers, the farm owners had all the knowledge about the standard, and they had been really supported in terms of checking which document is needed, and they're still being supported also even to use the technology. So we have staff from Thai Union which are also helping the farmers to use the application. It was also very good to get all the feedback regarding how to improve the application, because one key lesson is that each farm is different. So it's very hard to build a tool that will fit all kind of farms, small farms, big farms, and different type of management. So going on the field, meeting and going on the farm makes it possible to assess, okay, oh, they have different type of ponds. We need to adjust this certain checklist because it has to fit their needs. So we do have long-term perspective for this project, because this, I would say this was just the first stone, and the project is not finished, but on the very long term, we've been working with ASC also in Vietnam, and we really like working with this standard, and we would like to explore interconnectivity between the ASC system and our system, because at the end of the day, the aim is to make sure that farmers don't have too much work, but it's not that extra burden to achieve these sustainability requirements and standards. So basically, if we can manage to make sure that they enter data in only one place, but it's easy to enter, so we're exploring new ways to also for them to upload the data. basically it's gonna take them less time, and if with this data we can do some analysis and make sure that it's actually like helping them in their everyday life, then it's like a win-win situation. So that's really the aim, is all the data collection, make sure we're helping them to get the audit, but also adapt the tool to meet their needs. It can be analysis of the water quality, it can be making complex models to assess which feed is more efficient. So this is all these kind of possibilities that we're exploring together with them and building the tool with them. As key learnings, I would say, from this project and more in general in aquaculture, I would say that I have a feeling that aquaculture is moving towards like adopting more and more technology. We have sensors in the ponds, we can use IoT, we can connect and use all these data analysis to get better. And I really believe that this is the way forward toward better sustainability. In terms of means to achieve these objectives, standards, certification are a possibility. But then I'm going to leave the question open, and I'm totally willing to talk about it because I think standards raise a lot of questions as well. It's not all black and white, and there's a lot to talk about it. So I will leave it open. Thank you for your attention.
We have 10 minutes for Q&A. Anyone have a question? Please raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Manuel Madani. I'm with the NCC. I was just wondering, like in agriculture, the feed for the fish also leaves an environmental footprint. What are the other resources Thai Union could be considering, or is there any other developments in the future coming up? Thank you very much.
So yes, I think the feed issues, for example, you could use like about, I think last year we looked into pilot projects around using natural gas to produce protein, etc. And other one is, we actually have a lot of tuna processing, so byproduct of tuna could be used as a source, to replace wild-caught fish meal, etc. And we also invest in things like alternative proteins from insects, from plants. You might see that we recently invest in some ventures capital in Singapore and also in Thailand on alternative proteins.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm Geuke Bosker from NCT Data, and thank you for sharing the showcase. I really liked it. We did a similar project in agriculture, so not aquaculture, agriculture, where we created an app for a big client of us, and we actually found that it was very difficult to convince the farmer that it was a vendor agnostic app actually helping them do their business, because they were constantly feeling that there was somebody behind them that was actually using their data, and that actually in the end, let's say the Monsantos of this world were actually getting better of it. Do you have similar experiences?
Yes. One of the first challenges we faced, specifically at the beginning of the whole project, so Fergoa is 6 years old. And I haven't been in Fergoa for 6 years old, but I know, my director just told me the whole history. And one of the main challenges indeed was that farmers didn't understand where the data were going. And no matter how much we would explain things, it was really hard. What we noticed is that when we give this answer before they ask, it's helping, because then they know it's a concern. And still today we haven't found the perfect solution. We still have we always need to talk a lot about it, explain exactly who is accessing their data, that they own their data, because like we comply with the European regulations, so if they want to retrieve this data, it's erased and that's it, and no one will have access to it. So this is one of the things we try to communicate a lot on. And we had like this project with the blockchain technology. This was one of the, this was a very hard point also, because like the concept of blockchain, it's like, I mean, farmers didn't understand it, and they were like, okay, but where is the data going? And I remember this farmer was like, it's going there. It's like, so it makes it hard. And what we realize also is that it's specifically harder when we don't have the support of the private sector, of the buyers, of the processing plant. Because then it's harder to get the trust. When we have projects, for example, this project with Thai Union, we have the support of Thai Union, so then the farms have no problem in putting the data in the system. There's no, you know, like fences towards this. But whenever we want to work with farmers outside of this kind of big project with a lot of partners, and we just want to try to come up with some solutions to help them, it's like very hard. We need more incentives, and we need this trust to be built, and it takes time. Yeah, and we had like initially our goal was to like reach out to many farmers, and then we realized it's not possible. That's not how it works. You have to do it like very slowly, get the trust, and then okay, move to other group of farms, and that's how it works, which is okay, makes it more interesting and more human.
Yeah, we actually had the same experiences. Also on the other side from so using the data and then getting, let's say, advice back. And they were like, but how do I know that this is actually real advice, the good advice? Because you're now advising me like product X to put on my plants, but why would I not use product I from another vendor? Things like this, and that makes it really difficult. We were also thinking millions, that was not happening.
Yeah, you have to be realistic.
Any more questions, anyone? We still have a few minutes left. No further questions? 3, 2, 1. Everything clear? Okay. Well, thank you very much then. Great, thank you. And a round of applause indeed. Of the SBF today, SBF 20, the panel discussion with the CEO on how to make the sustainability as a corporate strategy. And we're joined by the panelists, which I'll be introducing to you, each and every one of them, and including the moderator. But before we start the panel discussion, I would like to show you 2 videos of our great sponsors. They are L'Oreal and Venturi. Let's take a look.
We have long been committed to sustainability, but the world is changing fast, and with higher stakes must come stronger commitments. This is why we are launching L'Oreal for the Future, our new sustainability program. Our strategy is twofold: transforming our activities to respect planetary boundaries, and contributing to solving urgent environmental and social challenges. With bold 2030 targets, our goal is to ensure our activities are respectful of the planet's boundaries. 100% of our sites will be carbon neutral by 2025. 100% of the industrial water used in our plants will be recycled and reused by 2030. 100% of our bio-based ingredients and packaging materials will be sustainably sourced by 2030. 100% of the plastics for packaging will come from recycled or bio-based sources by 2030. 100,000 people from underprivileged communities will gain access to employment by 2030. we will make available the information on the environmental and social impact of our products. But reducing our impact is not enough. We want to make a positive contribution to society. We are creating a 50 million euros charitable endowment fund to support highly vulnerable women. We're also allocating 50 million euros to help restore 1 million hectares of degraded ecosystems and 50 million euros to promote a more circular economy. With these objectives, we want to inspire people to take action for a more sustainable future. L'Oréal for the future.
Once again, thanks to L'Oréal and Venturi for making this forum possible. And now all of my panelists and the moderators are already on the stage, starting with Ms. Ines Caldera, Managing Director of L'Oréal Thailand, Mr. Dan Pathom Vanit, CEO of NRF, Mr. Florian Benhold, CEO of Symbio Solar, and the moderators are Ms. Ahmel Lebyong, founder and CEO of Green Building Consulting and Engineering, and Mr. Henri de Reboul, founder and CEO of Phytros Asia. So after this session, we'll have a lucky draw and some networking cocktail session. So enjoy the discussion. I give the mic to Armel to start.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. So this panel discussion will be discussing about how your companies are actually having sustainability as a component of your corporate strategy. All of you in different industries, whether it is renewable energy, beauty, and food, you're all having really this big story about having sustainability at the core of your operations, of your organizations, of their supply chains, and even your products and solutions. So my first question will be to you, Ines, and it's a question that I'll be asking to all three of you. As this is really part of your corporate strategy, can you explain to us how it actually translates into business value?
Hello. Yeah. So good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. So I would answer to you in a very direct way. There are some things that are not tangible or business in the sense of money, but they definitely create value. And sustainability is very, very high in our agenda because it's directly linked with the value you attribute to reputation. And I always give the example of, and I think some of you in the audience will relate to this. It's the same as sending your kids to Harvard Business School, right? You send them with the expectation that after such a big investment, they will get a better job with a high payoff. So it's exactly the journey that L'Oréal has been committed to. We started many years ago, believing that sustainability and and the way we act in the community had high value for the future. So that has helped us build our reputation as a company, but mostly we believe that consumers will already do, but even more in the future, attribute great importance and prefer companies that have had a strong commitment with sustainability. So I think it depends on how you value reputation.
Can you introduce maybe some of your initiatives also that you're doing at L'Oréal in this area?
I can. There is, I think this calendar shows some of the initiatives, and the purpose of the slide, I think it's just to show you that it's not something that is just because it's popular or because it's, today's agenda. So we started in 1979 with big initiatives related with reconstructed skin. You must know, I can share with you that beauty is or used to be, very, very little in terms of animal testing, yet there was a big noise when surrounding that topic. And already in the 80s, we were the #1 producer of artificial skin to really avoid animal testing in the future. And today, I'm very proud to say that we don't do any animal testing. Then there was a lot on social audits that we were also pioneers in the beginning of the 2000. And in 2013, the group has made a lot of announcements regarding a program which was Sharing Beauty with All. Sharing Beauty with All was created in 2013 with very concrete milestones to deliver this year, 2020. And we achieved them. And we took the opportunity to reinforce that commitment and to announce new targets for 2030 that are super ambitious. And that's the new program, L'Oréal for the Future. Thank you.
I'll ask you then, Kundan, the same question. As you also have sustainability as a component of your corporate strategy, can you explain to us how it translates into business value and introduce yourself as well?
Sure. So I'm not a L'Oréal, but I think I'm probably a little bit more relatable in the sense that I'm Thai. I'm from Thailand, and my background actually is in M&A. So we basically buy companies. We bought. Over the course of a decade, about $1 billion worth of companies between our family and institutional, primarily focused on food. This particular company we acquired 4 years ago, and it was acquired from an entrepreneur. And once you complete an acquisition, the first thing you do is you try to figure out what you bought, right? I mean, this is basic. And what I discovered, which has kind of changed my life, and I think it's going to change the life of many, and it's certainly changed the life of our organization, is when we looked at what was the most important thing that would drive consumer demand, as well as legislation and regulation moving forward, not just in Thailand because but overseas because we're 100% export, was sustainability, right? And I love what you said just now about being ambitious, and I think that we are at our core ambitious people. And at first I'd set my sights, we wanted to be a leader in sustainability in ASEAN, and then became Asia, and then we decided, well, you know what, we have to be the biggest in the world from our own little niche market relative in size. Okay, so that became our core strategy: is how do we how do we win the minds of our customers, both on a B2B and B2C level with sustainability, from corporate initiatives all the way down to actually groundwork initiatives within Thailand, and then policy initiatives at both a national level, regional level, and on a global level. So we're doing quite a lot across the spectrum of, if you look up kind of climate change, what the UN Global Compact is on, I'm on several committees. So how does that actually translate into tangible kind of business? And I didn't really prepare any slides because I felt, maybe we should just simply talk about it. And I think it's quite simple. So at the core of what we're doing is we are OEM manufacturer, value added, 70% OEM, 30% brand. And we manufacture food, very simple. How do we distinguish ourselves is exactly through our sustainability programs, because our clients want companies that are value aligned with them, right? Whether it's B2B, whether it's B2C, whether it's their end consumers or not, they want a story. And that's what we've given them, and that's how we stand out. I've literally won tenders at the end of the day when same price, same quality, at the end of the day they asked, who's the owner, right? Or who runs the company? You choose me, right? The only carbon neutral factory in Thailand that's food, or you choose maybe some local guy, right? With a, I'm not, well, okay. Anyways, so, I mean, the decision is clear. We've won multiple tenders on that basis. So I think that's on a very simple basis. And, across our 3-year transformation, I'll be very quick. The next tangible benefit is we're about to list on the stock exchange. Tomorrow's our first day trading on the stock exchange of Thailand. Thank you very much. And I think the most tangible result we'll get will be ESG. And so we are going to drive towards an ESG score. We hope to take a leadership role in the segment. And obviously the benefits of ESG is, green financing, right? So definitely lower cost of financing, a diversified institutional base of shareholders and whatnot. And so that's as a public company. I think with respect to very simply in terms of sales and connections and networking, I think I'm honored to be here, and I'm also honored to be privileged in many panels and discussions around the world in different forums. And I think the most interesting thing is you get to meet a lot of different people, and they eventually become partners and clients. And so our mission really, at the end of the day, is how do we feed 30 billion people in a sustainable, inclusive manner through food system transformation. And how we're going to do that is basically build production capacity around the world in key markets, focusing on alternative protein across the multiple different type of categories, from cellular meat to plant-based meats, etc.
Thank you so much for sharing. Really interesting to see how it actually translates for you into ESG, into financial value as well. Gaining also contracts and a competitive advantage is something that I think a lot of people here in the room can relate to in their own business. Attractivity, reputation, and image is also something that I think a lot of people can take away. Now, for you, Florian, I have the same question. Can you introduce yourself and tell us how sustainability translates into business value in your industry? Can you use the...
So my name is Florian Benhold. I'm the CEO of Symbio Solar. So pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. I think for us, it's very simple. Sustainability is our business. This is the service that we're providing to our clients. So our mission is to help our clients to achieve their sustainability goals while saving money, and most importantly, allowing them to focus on their core business and letting us help them achieve their sustainability goals at the same time. So that's why I would like to take a little bit of a different viewpoint, because basically similar to Kondan, we identified this opportunity in supporting clients across multiple industries. So today our main activity is providing, powering our clients' business by the sun, using state-of-the-art solar rooftop systems to clients as varied as Michelin, Dole, Thai Union, many of them you have seen here today, SIG, and in many different industries. So what we would like to do is to help them be a partner for them in the journey of decarbonization, and at the same time letting them focus on tires, seafood, packaging, to make sure that they achieve their business goals at the same time. But what I think is quite important, and I think that's why also this year is quite important, when the pandemic happened earlier in the year, I think many people were worried about their balance sheets, about their financing, about their supply chain. Actually, one of our greatest concern, because this is such an important thing for our clients' motivation to promote sustainability, that is our business, we were very worried that this would take a back seat. And so I would like to take a quick look at what the pandemic actually has done for sustainability. And I think overall, to me, it has really done three different things. The first thing is, this is at the heart of it an environmental crisis, right? The pandemic is an environmental effect. And so despite the warning shots, be it SARS or H1N1, we have not been prepared. So I think that's the first effect, and that's very similar to the global climate crisis, where we are aware of very bad impact coming our way, and at the moment we are not prepared. So the second thing is, at the end of 2019, many people looked at their supply chains and the global economy in general as being something massive and quite invincible. And 3 months later, many people realized actually we are quite vulnerable. So I think that's a second effect that really brought environmental issues to the fore as a major risk factor that can disrupt businesses from one day to the other. And the third one is the effect of empty treasury coffers, be that in the public sector or in the private sector, which that was where our main concern was, that this would reduce the appetite for sustainability. But I think now, 6 months on, at least my observation in our own business and also globally, I think actually it is an accelerant. I think 2020 is really a turning point, a pivotal year in anybody who has had doubts about the importance of sustainability as part of the core corporate strategy, has now realized it has to be there and it has to be a main driver. Dan pointed out consumers, that's where you always have to start. Consumers, especially young consumers, with a big majority, are looking for sustainable products, sustainable consumption. Mathieu from Harmless Harvest pointed out they're also willing to pay more for this. So that drives a lot of demand and a lot of transition in the industry. And then risk mitigation. McKinsey estimates that between 25 to 70% on average of EBITDA for every company in the world is at risk, particularly from climate risks or other sustainability related risks. So today, really, it doesn't matter if you are doing the right thing because you believe you have to be a good corporate citizen and this is your obligation as part of a global society, or if you're simply looking at mitigating risks in your supply chain, looking at creating superior returns, lower cost of financing in your business, this is the right thing to do. And I think we see that clearly with our clients, and this is really the driver for the growth of our business.
Very interesting points. I completely agree with the fact that there's a multi-value proposition to sustainability. It goes across just risk mitigation is also one of them, and it's becoming bigger, and ESG is also one of the criteria that is looking towards this. So very interesting points. Thank you very much. I'll let Henry then move to the next topic.
So sustainability is not only in production or selling, it's very much about supply chain, or how you relate with the supplier. And in a sector like food, Kundan is involved. In Thailand, farmers, agriculture, it's a huge part of the economy and also part of the challenge of the country. So in your case, NRF is not only taking care of having a responsible supply chain, but you are doing much more, like with your program, with knowledge sharing program with 1,500 farmers. Can you tell us more about it?
Sure. Thank you. So it's funny. We were signatory to the UN Global Compact since I remember August 1st, 2017, and when I thought about it, how we could impact, right? And I looked across the UN SDG goals, and I looked at the KPI. The glaring thing was about poverty and farmers, and that was the first focus we had. And so that's kind of where we focused our efforts on the upstream component. And oftentimes when I talk about UN SDG in a very common way, people ask me, well, how do you implement? How do you impact people through the UN SDGs? And the simple answer for a lot of companies is procurement. You directly have a decision, you directly make a decision that can impact somebody's lives, and whether you want to beat him down to the bone or you can help pull them up, make them more productive, and then raise their income levels, right? And then they become part of a sustainable supply chain, right? And that's exactly what we did according to our KPIs, which is how do we help actually over the next 10 years at the very minimum 10,000 farmers out of poverty and increase their average income by 50% on an annualized basis. And so that's our own goal. And part and parcel to that is really education. And it's tough. You know, we have a sustainability team, and that has often cried at many points throughout the entire year because it's very difficult to deal with farmers. And so you've got to handhold them, and you've got to educate them on a few things. So number one, why this is important, right? Number two is that this will make you richer. Because at the end of the day, the problem with farmers is they live day to day. And so if they can get, say, you know, 5 baht more per kilo than they can from me in like, say 30 days, they'll take it. And so, you know, ignore the contract. So that's the problem, right? And so, you know, it's not like a rent-seeking relationship. And so in order to do that, you've got to educate them on a few things. You know, why we're doing it, you know, how to do it to improve, and, you know, the technology behind it. You know, where I'm part of Grow Asia as well, where we're looking at, you know, kind of digital technologies and communities, and how do we get existing farmer groups, you know, and then link them into kind of like a more broader kind of network where they can be more competitive and sell product. And so what we do is we teach them this, and I know it sounds like a lot, and it's a very difficult task, and you know, we do that. Sometimes I go out there as well, but primarily it's my team, and we go out there and we talk to farmers from around the country.
Thanks, Kundan. Ines, L'Oreal is not in the food industry, but you understand among your many initiatives, you have been finding a way to support farmers in Thailand with, I understand, rice oil, with cooperatives. Can you tell us more, because amazing.
Thank you very much. So first, this was done by my predecessor, so I'm just, you know, representing what the amazing work she has done. Yeah, I don't know if you know, but rice, apart from being very good, it has also properties when it comes to anti-dandruff and antioxidant properties. So our scientific community discovered that, and they said, well, you know, we need to, coming back to procurement, we need to source our demand from somewhere, so they chose Thailand. And we use, so every rice bran oil used in any L'Oreal product in the world comes from Thailand, and that's amazing. From the Isan region, and it's a very poor part of the country. So we chose to partner with 4 cooperatives, and therefore uplift and the life of 600 farmers that every year, you know, commit with a certain level of production. So that is an important part of the project. And then the second part of the project is that we also contribute to the reforestation of that part. So because of course, you know, intensive use of land brings other issues. So we ask for the rice, but then we plant again to make sure that all ecosystem is sustainable. So, you know, next time you use a shampoo from L'Oreal, you know, Thailand has a part of it.
You chose Thailand for sourcing your rice oil.
Yes.
I hope you will choose Thailand to invest. New fund, you are starting to invest in reforestation on diversity.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'll let the microphone to Armel for carbon neutrality.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I wanted to speak a bit about carbon neutrality, and I'll have a question for you, Florian, first. Well, we all know that to achieve these goals, we need renewable energy, so solar. It's a big part of it, but it has its limitations in how we can actually offset the whole carbon footprint of a business operations. Can you tell us if you do anything to help your clients to achieve carbon neutrality beyond solar?
Sure. Again, our mission is really to be a partner to help our clients to reduce their emissions, especially from scope 2 and 1 emissions, all the way to 0 if we can. And right now, for solar, for, let's say, an average factory in Thailand, you will generally achieve between 20 to 40% of the total power generation. It really depends on the roof size, on the consumption pattern, and so on and so forth. And then this is really the bread and butter, and especially if the clients have still a very strong cost-saving focus, because it is a profitable activity today, then this will be hard to go beyond that. But this really is a client-driven activity. So with some of our clients that are basically telling us our target is carbon neutrality, and we're looking to implement that. This is not a cost-saving measure, but it's a carbon emission reduction measure. Then we have actually helped one of our clients, NOV, in the jewelry industry. Again, their sustainability is the core of their business. This is the value proposition to their clients. We have been able to install a battery system to complement the solar system in order to increase the share of solar in their energy mix, and achieving now about 70 to 75%, and are targeting to bring them all the way up to 100%, adding on other support systems. The last mile, the last 1 or 2% is the most difficult, and that is probably something where you'd have to use a kind of offset mechanism, using credits or something of that sort in order to be cost competitive, at least in the short term. But actually, we have been recently had an investment from Siemens, and that is one of the partnerships that we are looking to be able to actually go beyond solar, looking into energy efficiency, electrification for transport and overall activities. And we also have a team on the biomass side to address especially the heat load in industrial processes, so providing heat from sustainably sourced biomass that are all installed on site. And with all of these activities, I think the important thing here, and that's addressed a bit the last point I mentioned earlier, the empty treasury coffers, we're aiming to invest on behalf of our client and delivering this as a positive impact on their bottom line, while achieving the sustainability goals.
And I understand this is also some things that you're applying to your own business organization as well.
Yes, I have to admit that is still early steps. We're still very much focused on driving the growth of the business. But yes, we believe that's very important. We have to live the sustainability commitments that we rely on from our clients. So we're looking to electrify the fleet of service vehicles, for example, which is still a challenge, especially here in Thailand. And I think lastly, one other item I want to highlight, because the biggest challenge actually in emission reduction is the scope 3. So anything that is not under your control in the supply chain, and with your consumers in terms of the use of product. And I recently was listening to Alan Job from Unilever, notably one of the leaders in the sustainability for fast-moving consumer goods, and he pointed out that the scope 1 emissions for Unilever are only representing 3% of the total life cycle carbon emissions. And so I think this is really an important aspect that's often underestimated in terms of its relevance. And so here our approach is to have a regional footprint covering all of Asia, so that we are also able to support the supply chains of our clients to take the same steps together with our clients. And we're seeing that actually being implemented in the requirements for the supply. So similar to what Dan mentioned, when contracts are tendered out, there is a requirement of having renewable energy content and so on and so forth, and then either from Symbio, of course, for one of our competitors, to be implemented at the supply chain sites as well. And that's really where the real challenge is. It's raw materials and the supply chain.
Thank you very much. My next question is to you, Ines. So, as you said in your introduction, that you have really ambitious goals for carbon neutrality for L'Oréal. I think it's 2025. Mm-hmm. And I've also seen that you have a lot of commitments and been scoring an A in the carbon disclosure program for quite a few years now on climate change. As a global company, what are the challenges to meet these commitments, and how does this translate in Asia?
Okay, so it's very difficult to be in a panel with experts because they know a lot about it. So I can tell you that, so in terms of what we have achieved so far, L'Oreal is present in 130 countries, which means that each time we announce something, it's not just about, doing that in Thailand or doing that in France. You need to do it everywhere. So I think the numbers I'm going to tell you are particularly relevant if you take into account these the geographies where we are in. So far we reduced our CO2 by 78%, while increasing the production by 37%. So it's really, it really demanded a lot of commitment and a lot of changes in our supply chain and the way we operate. I believe now 35% of our sites are already carbon neutral, out of which 14 of our factories. And as you said, by 2025, we are committed and we will deliver for sure to have 100% carbon neutrality in all our operation and sites. I guess the biggest challenge we have is that a lot of those sites were already in place. So transforming them without totally disrupting the value chain and creating other problems would be, for me, the biggest challenge. It's not impossible at all, but it demands a lot of investment, it demands a lot of thinking, and it takes some time. But I think by 2025 we'll be able to deliver on the commitments we have, and we do partner with other companies to help us achieve that goal.
Great to hear. I'm now going to move to the question that is going to be for Florian, if you want to know. I'm going to move to questions on circularity. There's often a question about solar panels and their end of life and their recyclability. And I know that you're not manufacturing your panels on your own, but are you working towards circular solar? Can you tell us a bit more about how this is going in Thailand and in the region in general?
So overall, this is, I think, one of the problems in the industry, as you pointed out. I think today, in theory, you can recycle about 90 to 95% of a solar panel. So technically, that is possible. I did read a report that in practice that number is about 10% today. So that's certainly a big issue, and I'm sure a number of these are ending up in landfill. But again, as you can see, for most of the clients that have sustainability ambitions, circularity is an important one. So we face questions all the time. How about end of life? Who will take care of the panels? How can we ensure zero landfill? So these are things that we're passing on to our suppliers, and we're selecting suppliers that have a better plan there. The fundamental issue here is that the glut of the end-of-life products, at least in Southeast Asia, is going to come in about 20 years. Really, solar was non-existent in most of Southeast Asia before the 2010s. So you have a lifetime of maybe 20, 30 years. So about 2030, that's when you're going to have some volume appearing in terms of end-of-life panels. And I think the way until there is going to be very difficult. And we rely on suppliers at the moment to take back product. But working towards the goal of zero landfill, I think it is a must, because otherwise you just cannot meet the goals of the clients that are associated with sustainability.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. So in the food industry, I know NRF is also being very, very, very careful about restoring circular economy, because actually it's the original farm from a few decades ago. It was natural, but now it's modernized and you have to deal with the waste. So I think you're working on this. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah. So I think especially here in Thailand, where there's a great use of pesticides and chemicals, unfortunately, that the education of people as well as farmers in terms of how they farm is extremely important. I mean, at the end of the day, best practice globally is you want regenerative farming, right? So you want regenerative agriculture. What you take out, you put back in. And what we do is, our goal, zero waste within our facilities. And, to take this waste, and then we give it to our farmers, in which we then educate them how they can make their own fertilizer. And with that, we've actually expanded the program. And now we actually collect waste from other factories as well. And we give it to the farmers, and actually it becomes like a little lifestyle for them. I think the entire issue of circular economy is extremely important, and even food that is close to spoilage, right, can play an extremely important role. So, for example, sometimes we have products that we don't use anymore, and what we do is that we combine that with other food that from other companies that is close to spoilage, and then we distribute it to people within poor communities, and then they are able to have more nutritious meals. And then we take that waste, right, and then the waste from that stream, and we can donate back to the farmers. So it is really a big circular kind of loop in that regard.
Thanks very much. Now we will keep 10 minutes for 10 minutes or more for question for the audience here, or the audience, digital audience. If we can have questions, we have questions from people who are connected with us from different countries in the region or in Europe. So there will be microphone to be given to the audience by our colleague from the. You want one of the microphone here? You can, yeah. So please raise your hand if you have some question at that stage. So the panelists are so impressive that everybody doesn't have any questions.
I think it's the open bar that's waiting outside.
Okay, then I'll make a short question. Would you consider sustainability a niche market?
For everyone?
I think it's very interesting for L'Oreal especially, no? Because L'Oreal is trying to address all the markets, but there is a specific market for very sustainable products in the cosmetic industry.
How can I answer that? So the numbers show that it's still small. The numbers show that consumers declare that they are willing to pay more, but in the moment of truth, they don't, right? And that is a vicious cycle. But having said that, we see more and more that young people, they will be willing to do that. So it's nice when you say that because it's your parents paying for you. So let's see how they do when it's their own money. But we are seeing an increase in interest. Let's put it this way. I think for many years, and I'm not talking just about L'Oreal, but companies use that as an excuse. So I think now it's also the moment where we need just to do and to put in the market sustainable products, and then consumers won't have an option. Because otherwise there won't be significant change and not fast enough. So still small, a disconnection between I want to be a good citizen, yes, of course I privilege and sustainability and what I want to pay. So we need to change gear and just not give the option.
Yes, thanks very much for the answer. I wanted to ask Kundan to answer this question, because you said that sustainability is part of your company DNA. but you're exporting to Europe. So the niche market in Europe is much bigger of sustainable food, organic food, or healthy food. But what about addressing the Asian market or the Thailand market, which is where it's still a niche? Are you trying to do that, or where you see that?
Well, we're quite, we export across 25 markets around the world. So we're not as diversified, but we're somewhat diversified. And by the way, if I was female, I'd be using your products. Okay, great stuff.
So many for men.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to go out there and buy the products tomorrow. I think when you think about sustainability, I think you gotta, it's like an investment, right? So where do all corporates spend their money? And that is to win mind share, to win brand awareness, right? Because the most difficult thing is that a consumer is walking down a supermarket, and I'm quite specific towards consumer products. They're walking down the supermarket. There's like 100 products on shelf that look exactly the same, and you're going to want him to be aware and to zero down into your one product, and then decide whether he's going to buy it or not, right? And then the next decision is that once he buys it, is that he repeats it again, and once he's got that third purchase, you've got him, right? And so that awareness is important, which is why most corporates around the world, they spend all their money to win the mind shares of millennials, because it is the single largest segment from a population perspective in maybe 10 or 20 years from now, a wallet share perspective, right? And so if you can, and you're very somewhat long-term oriented, and I do agree on the purchasing, that you want to capture this market. For me, to make it very close to home, consumers are now using their wallet to change the world in a way. So, how do you, rather than buying a simple hamburger, you buy a plant-based hamburger, right? So one hamburger could reduce your carbon footprint by, say, 3 kilos, right? So that's an easy way to kind of sustainable choice. Having said that, it doesn't always translate this into a mass scale, but 10 years from now, that market, which today is $5 billion, will grow to $85 billion US dollars on average. So I think it really depends on what kind of sector you're in, but definitely if you're consumer oriented, then you're going to want to make that investment for the long term. I think the practical aspect is that what most people don't fail to take into consideration, maybe I'm speaking too much, single-use plastics, okay? If you think about, you walk into a supermarket today and you're forced to pay your 50 cents down for a plastic bag. How did that happen to me, right? So that happened because Thailand made it an issue, right? And why did Thailand make it an issue, right? EU legislation. And why did EU legislation make it an issue? It is the supermarkets in the EU. And why did the EU supermarkets make it an issue? Is because some group of millennials saw on their Facebook or in their Instagram a picture of a turtle with a straw stuck up its nose. Said, oh, that's so terrible, and they started sharing it, and then the supermarkets, who are all the buyers like 27-year-old millennials, right? They said, oh my God, okay, we've got to ban this stuff. So I think the acceleration of the impact that millennials will have from a purchasing decision perspective, maybe not power, but decision-making perspective, definitely will only accelerate with the accelerated pace of adoption of social media.
Yes, you say something very interesting, is that investors are ready to invest in that niches, because that niches are high growth. I am in investments business, and I can tell you plant-based companies, now it's competition in all Asia to reach these companies to invest in. So these investors know about what is business. So it's niches with high potential. And so I don't know
if I may add on this. It's niche until it becomes accessible to others. And that I believe that shift is going to happen and is happening as technology develops in the world. If you look at, for instance, solar panels, the price has changed dramatically in the past 20 years. The efficiency as well. So basically, the payback period that you have from these products is really better than you had before. When we're going to reach that tipping point where the price of these products is going to match the price that the middle market can actually afford, I think this is not going to be a niche anymore. Like any kind of innovations that's happening, I think this will be the shift for that.
Just wanted to add one quick thing to this. I think the one important thing also is that actually there's no trade-off in many situations anymore. Again, if you're a factory owner, if you have a facility in Thailand today and you don't have a solar facility on your roof, you're losing money every day. So this is not that you have to decide, I want to be sustainable or I want to make more money. It's the same thing in many, many cases. And I think that's also the same for consumers. Oftentimes when you focus on different metrics that are sustainability related, it helps you identify inefficiencies in your processes. So anything that's related to energy efficiency, if somebody puts the focus on, okay, let's reduce our carbon footprint at this facility, what's the first thing you do? You walk through your factory and you look, oh, look, there's hot air coming out. Oh, we pour that hot water down there. I can tell you one of our clients, they have done an audit like that and they saved multi-million dollars of losses without any investment. So most of the time, there is no trade-off. It is not about I want to be sustainable or not. It's just about good business and looking broader than just the short-term profit that you're making right now.
Thank you.
I think we can have a second and last question before the ending questions. Yeah, please.
Ingo Pohl, I also had a comment on this, I think we need to get away from thinking that sustainability comes always as the premium price, and I think this is also what Florian has said. I think we need to talk about the better, I repeat myself, I've said it in another form actually today, we need to talk about the better user experience of more sustainable solutions, which are game-changing, and of course, and the lower cost. And there is no doubt that sustainability is always related to better resource efficiency, because it always means less waste. So if like price signals are right, it means ultimately that sustainability is actually the more competitive. And we need to, but I also understand in Europe, when we said we have to be climate friendly, we have to be sustainable, it was always in the head of the people to think, oh, then it must be more expensive. And if we want to make sustainability mainstream in Asia, we have to get that out of our head. But I always fall in the same trap myself, and that's why I'm saying it loudly here, is to say sustainable does not mean more expensive. Sustainable must mean like better, more resource efficient, more competitive. That's, and I think in Asia, with like different preferences, and like this, like willingness to pay more for something, which is much more limited. We will not succeed if we operate on the paradigm of sustainable, it means more expensive.
Yes, its contribution, you want to put it shortly because we are running out of time, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to comment really quick. I completely agree. I think I've spent three weeks on an institutional and retail roadshow for our IPO, and I think one of the things that a lot of people fail to understand is, I think our profitability margins are somewhat in line with most industries, right? But then what we do from a sustainability perspective is quite a lot. I mean, I have a dedicated team. We've got policies that we're working on, programs that we're funding across the world, across the region, and within Thailand itself. And yet, we're still maintaining industry peer margins. And so, exactly to your point, that you can be sustainable and yet be competitive. And I think that the only problem is that, the market just doesn't, they only look at that bottom line, which is unfortunate.
I think, okay, I'm under pressure. So
Sure.
one last question from
Thank you. My name is Smith. I'd like to ask Kun Dan, I read about, you say that you are like the carbon neutral CEO, right? I mean, how can we do that? And would you set the leadership example for like internally or for the external, and how can you elaborate on like CEO as the carbon neutral person?
Yeah, so I think I'm the 31st person to be carbon neutral certified in Thailand. So the why first. So the why, I think, if you think about, the boardroom, you think about CEO and as a leader of an organization, right? So you need to lead by example, and you can't, we can't claim that we're purpose-driven, purpose-led without, myself being sustainably driven, right? And so I am practically almost plant-based. I am carbon neutral. And so in this instance, it's really important that, I set that example. I work 7 days a week. For example, I get up at 6 a.m. So things like this, right? It's the little things that because you can't change a culture. I took over a company of 1,500 people. Everybody was in the old world where it's just industrial, right? And the how is you've just got to re-audit your footprint, thinking backwards. How do you reduce your carbon footprint? And then you basically you buy offsets to set it off.
So I think we have to go to the closing question. There is a very hand which is insisting. So I have a question for one of the speaker, not for three of them. You don't have the time for the answer for three of them. Please ask a question, sir.
We've been talking a lot about the factory aspect, but from a consumer point of view, what would you recommend to us as consumers to make better, sustainable choices when we are in our daily lives or in the supermarkets? How to recognize the better products? What should we do as a consumer?
I guess question for Ines, because you are the only one in B2C actually.
He loves giving
I'm sorry to give you the more difficult question, but it's a question about B2C, no?
No, it's absolutely, and I think I can tell you one of the initiatives. I don't think it's super easy today for consumers to know, even if there's a lot of digital information available. But I can tell you something that L'Oreal is going to do, is we're going to, in all our products, we're going to have a QR code where you will see the truth behind the product. So you will see for each of our products what is the carbon and the sustainability footprint of our products. Today, as far as I know, I don't think it's super easy to understand what is, the difference between the products. Maybe there is, but it's true that myself as a consumer, it's not super easy, but I think the brands are working in ways to make that a criteria of choice.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
1 minute, huh?
So now I'll give you a very simple statistic, okay? And I was just speaking about this last week. So the food industry, right, emits 40% of the carbon globally, okay? It's worth $8 trillion a year, employs 1.4 billion people. The system is designed to keep the people who work within the system poor. The entire system is designed to keep farmers poor. That's why supermarkets are always like cheaper, 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 but they want more sustainability. It doesn't work that way, right, because of inflation, right? So that's the real world. So the best way that you can, right, is to help, is that the next time you go to a supermarket and you see organic, or you see like a little sign that says, L'Oreal's only using rice bran oil, It's true. No. When you see that sign, you choose with your wallet, right? That's how you vote.
These two guys will talk later.
I'm switching for sure, right? So, but really, that's the simple choice, right? So you look at exactly what she said, is that, who's behind that product.
Okay, so now don't have any more questions. We are, Amel and I have a last question to ask the three panelists with a short answer. Which market trends do you see in your business, in your sector, will disrupt your business in the following 10 years? Let's look at the future. After COVID, look at the future. And will make a difference in your industry for the coming years. So we want to start. I will not ask Ines, because I'm always asking Ines difficult questions, but we want to start. We will disrupt your business in the following, not next year, it's too easy, in the following 10 years. You're ready, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, for the power infrastructure, I think the biggest challenge still today, although there are many advances being made, is storage. So energy storage is really where the frontier is today. There's a lot of progress being made. Cost curves look very similar to solar a few years ago. So I think we're all very very positively inclined to see that making a big change, and that's really the last piece for renewable energy to be competitive with traditional fossil fuel-based systems. And there I want to highlight, it's not only lithium-ion batteries that everybody talks about, but there are other storage options. Hydrogen is getting a lot of attention in Europe at the moment for long-term storage. So those are the things that, at least for us, we're watching very closely in order to make sure that that can be deployed, and we're ready to deploy that to our clients as well in order to cover that last bit of emissions.
Okay.
So, from a food perspective, I can't talk for any other industry, but from a food perspective, I think most people may think that climate change is, maybe it's wishy-washy, maybe it's about numbers, but I would say this, in the next 10 years, I think climate change, and specifically carbon, will probably be the single largest disruptor from labeling, tariffs, right, consumer demand, and then, whether you realize it or not, I think it's going to happen. Acceleration of digital literacy and social media will make it happen than EU legislation. So I think, hats off to, I think, the European Union. Big fan. You're driving, change globally. Yeah.
And I would say two big things, digital and trust. Why do I say that? Digital, I think we're just in the beginning. Digital will keep disrupting itself. And it will disrupt supply chains for better. So not for worse, for better. And in the beauty industry is going to be a massive opportunity in terms of sustainability, because it will allow us to reach much more consumers in a much more efficient way. So that's one. The second one is trust, and I think it relates a lot with the topic of today. It's difficult to think why will trust be a disruptor, but if the people go to the bottom of the things, if people really start asking the good questions, if people really start demanding what is behind the influencers, what is behind the spokespeople, what is behind the brands, I think a lot of brands will disappear.
Wow. Thank you. Or do we have time? And this was the last question? It was the last question. Okay. And I think the answer was kind of a last question as well.
Yes. Is that?
It is the last question.
All right, great. So please give them a big round of applause for a great moderation by Henri and Amel, and also great thought-provoking ideas and messages that we heard from our panelists. Also give them a big round of applause. Ines, Florian, and Kundan. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we can carry the conversation to the cocktails. It's always a challenge to hold the last session of the day when people are already, dying for some drinks. And but you've been a wonderful audience as well. So that's why we want to treat you as well with some food for the future. But I'm not sure if you can actually eat it. It's eat the grease. So I'd like to invite Kun Sean to draw some name cards. We have prizes for 2 lucky winners. If you haven't learned about eat the grease, they're outside, and Kun Sean will tell you more about it. Or perhaps you can tell me a little bit here. What is this?
Okay. Basically, these packs are for you to solve your drainage problem. If your house or office has clogging issue or small problem, you can try to use it. If you don't know how to use it, please give me a call. My contact number is there. I will teach you what to do.
All right. Okay, so we have first Dr. Pet Manopawit. I saw him a while ago. Dr. Pet, okay. And the other one? Okay, Elena Sergieva or Sergiva? Elena? Yes. These are the 2 winners. Same cup. มองกล้องด้วยครับผม Okay, over there, please. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you say something in closing in a minute. Yes. And a quick reminder, if you get into the building and you have the parking ticket, which looks like this, make sure you validate your parking outside at the registration table before you leave the building. And well, I will give a microphone to Henri to close the session for this SBF 20. Or Amel, yeah, both of you.
We don't want to make a long speech, but really, sincerely, it's just to share our thanks, because all the speakers were just amazing today. And I also want to thank very much all the team. We are, Amel and I, passionate about that for many years, but we gather many partners. I won't list them, on sponsors and an organizing team. We work very nicely together all over the past 2 months, so I want very sincerely thank them very much for all the work they did, and I think the result deserve their efforts. So I think Amel will say something about next year, because it's a yearly event, so every year we're gathering, so let you make your own conclusion.
You're giving me the difficult conclusion part. We haven't spoken about it yet. I wanted to thank you all also for attending, because well, with this COVID situation, we didn't really know what to expect, and it's been a very great attendance, a very great participation also in all the talks, of course the speakers as well, and our partners. Next year, don't know when yet, but we'll have, of course, the 5th edition of the Sustainability for Business Forum, and we'll also choose topics that relate to all the different trends and things happening in the area here in Thailand, and I hope you'll all be joining us again. But I think the most important thing is now I'll invite you to go to have a drink in the networking cocktail. I know that you've been wanting to do that, and I hope we get an occasion to chat if we haven't yet before. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of the organizer of this event, I'm Varin Sachideo signing off, and that's a wrap. You've been a wonderful audience. Have a great evening. Swadee krap.